Milwaukee's one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care in one location. Over 95% of patients with severe nasal breathing issues report improvement. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
You have arrived at Clear Breathing.
Monica, we've got to hand it to you.
You and the design team have outdone yourselves.
Are you talking about the One collection?
Those rings say you are the one.
And they say it symbolically.
Describe the symbols.
Every ring in the One collection should be presented with a special ritual.
What would that ritual be?
You pick up her left hand and you place a kiss on her ring finger.
Rick, you never told me about that part.
Then you show her the tiny red diamond, flush mounted inside the ring, that will forever be in contact with her finger.
Why is it red?
Because that's when the giver says to the one, wherever you go, my heart goes with you.
I give you this kiss. I give you my heart.
The red diamond is a secret symbol of that sacred moment.
The center diamond on the outside of the ring is for the whole world to see.
But the tiny red created diamond inside the ring is only for the two of them.
The One collection of engagement rings is available exclusively at Kessler's.
To find the Kesslers nearest you,
Visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Your European experts at Fox World Travel are ramping up and busy as ever. When you want to see more of Europe, Princess Cruises delivers. With Princess Cruises and Fox World Travel, explore iconic Mediterranean ports by day, then relax in classic comfort by night. From immersive shore excursions to destination-inspired dining, every moment is designed to feel effortless. Ready to set sail on your Mediterranean adventure? Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book your European getaway.
Hey, Wisconsin anglers. This Saturday, head to MW Marine for a free fishing seminar. No reservation needed. Meet Warren Zarin from the Mercury Lund Pro Team and learn West Coast bass techniques that flat out work in Wisconsin. Pick up tips you can use right away. And while you're there, check out the boats and get ready for your best season yet. This Saturday at MW Marine. Free, fun, and you're invited.
Wisconsin's Morning News is here for you every weekday morning starting at 6 a.m. Vince Vitrano.
And it appears the High Court has struck down the president's unilateral issuing of tariffs.
Erik Bilstad.
The Assembly did pass a bipartisan bill to legalize online sports betting in the state.
And traffic with Debbie Lozica.
Bound 94, right about at Moreland, we've got an accident off on the left shoulder, so watch out for that.
The news you need to know. Wisconsin's Morning News on WTMJ.
Get ready for a big savings haul. Fleet Farm's having another bucket sale. Just pick up a 5-gallon bucket for $3.99 anytime this Monday through Sunday and save 15% on any qualifying items that fit inside. Need paint supplies? New power tools. If you can fit them, you can get them for 15% off. So make your bucket list and head into Fleet Farm's bucket sale, February 23rd through March 1st. And check out all the deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
If you can't handle the heat, don't worry. That's not a problem here.
Thomas once more turns the corner and hits another one with a foul. Cam Thomas is on some kind of heater now.
The Bucks take on the Miami Heat at Fiserv Forum. Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, 620 WTMJ Milwaukee.
Six o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tuesday, February 24th, our top story. Still digging out on the East Coast.
I'm Erik Bilstad. A proposal to bring back the death penalty in Wisconsin.
I'm Debbie Lozica. We're looking pretty good across the entire system. No major delays around the area. No incidents either that get in your way. I'm Debbie Lozica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance this evening of some light snow with a high of 38 degrees today. Partly cloudy and a low of 20 overnight. Winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour, so we'll be a bit on the breezy side. Right now at 21, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a crippling snowstorm from street cleaning to power restorations. A massive dig out is underway in much of the Northeast following that monster winter storm. Warwick, Rhode Island, digging out from nearly 38 inches of snow. Tens of thousands remain without power. Slow going at airports. At least 2,000 flights canceled today, building on the nearly 10,000 grounded over the last couple. Today, the 4-year anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. President Zelensky of Ukraine marking it with an address to his country.
Today marks exactly 4 years since Putin started his 3-day push to take Kyiv, President Zelensky says in his address, and that, in fact, says a great deal about our resistance. Behind those words, Zelensky goes on, stands immense courage, incredibly hard work, and endurance. Zelensky also bought flowers at a local market and placed them in a makeshift memorial in central Kyiv in honor of the 55,000 Ukrainian soldiers believed to have died in the war.
ABC's Sherry Preston reporting.
Here at home, 2 state Republicans want Wisconsin to re-implement the death penalty for those convicted of first-degree sexual assault of a child.
Wisconsin abolished capital punishment more than 170 years ago, following a botched public execution in 1851. Now, State Senator Chris Kapenga and Representative Elijah Benke are working to reintroduce the death penalty as a punishment option alongside life in prison in cases involving sexual abuse of children under 13. DNA evidence would have to tie the convicted person to the crime. The measure is unlikely to advance this session after the Assembly concluded business Friday. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
A former Appleton police officer died in a house fire as crews responded last week to a smoke coming from a roof at a house in that city. The owner, 86-year-old Ronnie McIntyre, called to report a fire in the kitchen area. He was eventually rescued but died from his injuries at the hospital. McIntyre served 36 years as an Appleton police officer, retired back in 1999 as a lieutenant. The cause of that fire still under investigation.
A new detail from Arizona. The masked person seen on video on Nancy Guthrie's front porch had been there before.
The suspect was wearing a backpack in the photo on the right and no backpack in the photo on the left. Well, we now have learned through sources the reason is because the photos come from different days. The photo on the right with the backpack, I am told, is from right before Nancy Guthrie, they believe, was kidnapped, so early morning hours of February 1st. The photo on the left is from a previous day, from the same camera, but from a previous day.
The News Nation's Brian Enton there. Guthrie, 84 years old, the mother of Savannah Guthrie from NBC's Today Show, has been missing since February 1st.
FedEx is suing Customs and Border Protection in the U.S. Court of International Trade, demanding a, quote, full refund of money that it paid for tariffs that the Supreme Court just ruled are unconstitutional.
The lawsuit appears to be the first from a major company since the ruling. In a statement to CBS News, FedEx said it filed the suit to, quote, protect the company's rights as an importer of record. In its ruling, the Supreme Court didn't address how refunds would be handled, although one justice acknowledged it could be a mess. The federal government collected more than $130 billion in tariffs from importers. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
President Trump delivers his State of the Union address tonight.
Coming up, a Wisconsin native rings the opening bell. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:04.
You've spent a lifetime taking care of others. Now it's your turn to enjoy life your way. At Capri Communities, they offer vibrant senior living where neighbors become friends, and each day brings something to smile about.
Well, it's breakfast with the boys, and then bingo is at 3 in the afternoon. I lost that super lady I'd lived with for 60 years, but have found a home and doing well. The accommodations, the facilities, it's been a pleasure.
Find your perfect new home at capricommunities.com.
130 years of trusted community banking. Greg Matzik here reminding you since 1896, Horicon Bank has been proud to stand beside their neighbors. And in 2026, Horicon Bank is celebrating this milestone with a full year of special events and monthly celebrations across all of their Wisconsin branches. All this week, join them at their New Berlin location on Cleveland Avenue for gift card giveaways and raffle prizes. Visit HoriconBank.com or follow them on social media. Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years.
Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. As the days get longer and Wisconsin weather shifts, it's a good time to check your home's comfort. If your house felt drafty this winter, it may be time for an upgrade. Hometown offers energy-efficient windows and doors from Bella, Marvin, Anderson, and more. All on display in their New Berlin showroom, all installed by Hometown employee carpenters. Wood, vinyl, or Fibrex, they have options for every budget. Call my friends today at Hometown Windows and Doors. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need.
You ever have a slow shower drain where the water rises until you're standing in a murky, bubbly, hairy...
I got it, and thank you for painting that vivid picture of the ankle soup.
Yeah, up to your ankles, and you're tempted to pour all that goop that smells like industrial citrus down the drain.
Which could wreck your pipes. Why not call Capital instead? For only $49, Capital will send out a pro and get your drain flowing.
Stop living with a clog and start living with the flow. Call Capital today.
Call CapitalCares.com.
Skylight Music Theater presents the Spitfire Grill, a heartfelt Wisconsin-born musical of redemption and second chances. This 25th anniversary production features a 5-piece band. The Spitfire Grill, February 27th through March 15th. Tickets at skylightmusictheater.org.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:07.
Brewers' Brandon Woodruff on the mound today. What he says about his prospects for opening day. Sports at 6:15.
State lawmakers are taking aim at cryptocurrency scams. State Assembly passing legislation that would put more restrictions on crypto kiosks. State Representative Patrick Snyder says there are around 700 of them around the state.
These things look like ATMs, but they take cash and turn it into cryptocurrency, into a wallet that can easily be moved around to other wallets.
Snyder says scammers will manipulate people to deposit money into these crypto ATMs, then scammers steal everything. The bipartisan bill would set daily transaction limits. It now heads to the state Senate.
A trio of UW-Milwaukee alums took home a bronze medal at the Olympics for some artwork.
Their artistic medium is snow. Mike Martino, Mike Sponholtz, and Tom Queff have spent 40 years carving sculptures together and travel across the world to compete. Just before this year's Olympic Games kicked off, they traveled to San Candido, Italy for the Olympic Art Festival's International Snow Sculpture Competition. Their winning piece, titled Zenith, depicts 3 figures holding an Olympic torch and a laurel wreath. The trio also won bronze in the 1998 Winter Olympics Art Festival in Japan. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
A big day at the New York Stock Exchange for a Milwaukee leader.
It's a moment that connects Wall Street and Wisconsin. Megan Tennell rang the opening bell. She's the CEO of the Association of Equipment Manufacturers, which is headquartered right here in Milwaukee.
It's just such a cool experience to be up there. I'm just this kid that grew up in Wauwatosa.
AEM represents more than 1,000 companies that make construction and farm equipment.
My members that were there with me, it was Caterpillar, it was John Deere. Unfortunately, Kubota and Komatsu were stuck because of the weather.
Jessica Tai, WTMJ News.
6:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Borrow, don't buy. Did you know that your public library system has a variety of things you can borrow? Besides books, check out board games, cake pans, ukuleles, museum passes, video games, even electrical testing kits. Whether it's mastering a new skill, trying a new hobby, or learning a new language, your library loves to share resources with you. Access thousands of on-demand video courses with your library card. Courses can be accessed anytime, anywhere. Find out what your Milwaukee, Waukesha, and Jefferson County libraries have to offer. Learn more at getyourlibrarycard.org.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Ford Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
6:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
Not much. Everything seems to be rolling along just fine. Not seeing really any incidents that are going to slow you down at all. Pretty much standard speeds across the whole system. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Mostly cloudy and breezy for our Tuesday as temperatures top out in the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. We are on the lookout for a cold front to drop in from the northwest late this afternoon and into the early evening. This is going to bring a quick round of snow showers just in time for the evening commute. Under an inch of snowfall accumulation expected. Roads could become slick and slippery as temperatures fall below freezing tonight, down to around 20 degrees, partly cloudy. Sunshine back for our Wednesday with a high near 30.
Right now it's 21 degrees. Tonight at the Capitol in Washington, the State of the Union address.
Mr. Speaker!
Mr. Speaker!
Mr. Speaker!
the President of the United States.
That's your favorite part.
Yeah, after that, it's all politics. President Trump's first such address of his second term. Remember that first one, they don't call it the State of the Union.
Correct.
It's an address to a joint session of Congress. The president hosts a State of the Union luncheon at the Blue Room at the White House this afternoon and speaks at 8 o'clock our time. Joined live now from Washington by ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers. Karen, any excerpts or even themes released in preview by the White House? Yeah.
No, nothing. I mean, if you're like, where? Well, I haven't seen them yet. No, it's not just you. I mean, it's actually kind of striking. They've provided little preview of the speech, no themes, no major topics. We went back yesterday and looked at last year when he gave the joint address to the joint session of Congress, because it's not called a State of the Union in the first year, right after you get elected. And at that point, we had a sense of what he was going to say. And, it was very similar to the inaugural address. But it's notable that the White House really hasn't laid out what the president is hoping to do tonight. We didn't have a briefing yesterday with the press secretary. We heard from the president, and he said just one line. He said, he'll be making a speech, and he said it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about. So buckle up. The anticipation for this is that it will be a pretty long speech just based on how the president seems to go. But it's a chance for him to really lay out policy goals, what he has put in place, how he wants to move forward on things, but also what he wants to do now over the next year, which, of course, is a midterm election year. And that's always a tough year to try and get things done in Washington because lawmakers start campaigning. They are focused on their reelections. It's hard to get tough votes. So it might be that things are kind of frozen right now in D.C. But for the president, we know he likes to take executive action. Maybe we'll hear more on that tonight. But he's also coming off of that really bruising loss at the Supreme Court on Friday on his tariffs. And he's trying to rebound and figure out a way to reconstruct that, as his team was saying over the weekend.
If there's a moment that I'll be fascinated by that I'm watching for tonight, Karen, it's that, because traditionally the U.S. Supreme Court is seated right there in the front for the address. Yep. Does he call any of them out, maybe even by name?
I mean, he has in recent days when he has talked about the tariff case. He has been very pointed in his criticism of the justices that he says went against him on this, the conservatives, including 2 that he appointed. He has been critical of them in person and on social media. Tonight, he could be seated, standing just a few feet away from where they are seated, because by tradition, they're in the State of the Union as well. So we will be watching to see if that is something he decides to do, whether it's prepared remarks or decides to go off script a little bit.
Karen Travers live with us from the White House this morning. Thank you, Karen.
Have a great day.
Karen also mentioned, obviously, the upcoming midterms. Another thing to watch is how enthusiastically do Republicans stand for various things that may or may not be unpopular in their home districts.
Good point. Because optics is always a big deal at these.
And who among them might be willing to separate themselves or feel like they have to from some of the president's more unpopular things. What things does everybody stand for, if any? So the standing and the applauding and whatnot is also an item to watch tonight, 6:15 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
How much does it cost to talk to Gruber Law Offices after a serious crash? It's free. Yes, free. As in it won't cost you anything to speak with us. Not sure if you have a case? Call our team at Gruber Law Offices today. Your first call and your first consultation are always free. And you'll never pay us a fee until we win your case. If you've been seriously injured, call Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
It's easy enough for me. It's easy enough for your kids. Kids having trouble seeing. You're watching them do the homework and they struggle to read their computers. They're either really close or further away, or maybe you notice when they're playing sports. Vince Vitrano for Shopco Optical. Having your kids' vision checked should be part of your annual healthcare routine. And at Shopco Optical, really easy. I had my annual exam not too long ago. The docs are great. They walk you through every step. They're great with kids as they explain everything as they go, including, ultimately, whether they recommend lenses or contacts. And then, this is the great part, you're right there in the store. There's an entire wall of frames that are on display. Second pair and more always half off at Shopco Optical. So because your kids help pick them out, they will actually probably wear those glasses. Or you can order contacts at great sale prices. Your children will be looking great. They'll be seeing clearly with the experts at Shopko Optical. Get started now at shopko.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
NFL Combine underway in Indianapolis.
Happening today.
We will hear from Packers General Manager Brian Gutekunst. He's got a news conference at the annual scouting event. College athletes running drills, getting poked and prodded and measured, jockeying for position in the upcoming NFL draft. What we will hear from Gutekunst, probably specific guys he's looking to bring on and the spots he needs to fill.
We try to stay away from that drafting for need. We try to just, take the best player available if that's possible.
Okay, actually, never mind on any of that.
Yep.
First time in the coming weeks, you'll hear him say best player available. Goody's scheduled to meet with reporters early this afternoon.
Cactus League play, Andrew Vaughn with a 2-run shot as the Brewers fall to the Padres in the desert, 7-5 the final. On the mound also on Monday, doing some live BP, was Big Woo.
When the 2025 season ended so abruptly for Brandon Woodruff with a lat strain, the Brewers always wondered, is that it? Is that all he's going to ever pitch for the Brewers again? But instead, they offered him the qualifying offer, which he accepted, making him the highest paid pitcher in Brewers franchise history. It's an honor he doesn't take lightly, and after his first live AB session of the year, he understands what the ultimate priority is.
So we have a good plan going forward, and I think the important thing is, this was kind of set into motion along pretty much when the season was ended as we got into the off season. It's fair to say I'm probably just a touch behind some of the guys because they're starting to throw in games.
But even with this slow buildup, Pat Murphy understands there are questions about opening day.
When you get the clearance to do it and then you start building up and the strengthening and everything else, the catch play, when you start ramping it up, you're like, okay, where are we at here? What makes the most sense?
Even if he was the presumed opening day starter, it's not the end of the world in Woodruff's eyes.
It's up in the air right now. There's one goal I have this year, and that's to be healthy. I want to be available at the end of the year when it matters most.
Live from Phoenix, I'm Dominic Cotroneo, WTMJ.
So it's the Brewers and A's today. We are not broadcasting that game here on WTMJ. The Heat visit the Bucks tonight. You can hear that on WTMJ Radio, 7 o'clock tip from Fiserv Forum. And Marquette will go for a first tonight. The first time the Golden Eagles will win a road game this season could be tonight against the Georgetown Hoyas.
We're 4 or 5 days from March.
It could happen.
Almost done.
Now, the Hoyas aren't great, so it's a team that you could maybe beat.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Could happen tonight. You can hear that game on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. If you're trying to work, juggle life, and keep your dog happy at the same time, look, I get it. We're the same way. Thankfully, we found the Hounds and Tap for doggy daycare for our Greyhound Knight. It's been a game changer for us. He gets exercise, time to socialize with other dogs. We know Knight's in great hands at the Hounds and Tap. They even take care of his grooming during his visits or separate appointments. That's perfect for us. If you're like us and searching for top-tier services and a team you can trust, get connected at thehoundsandtap.com.
WTMJ throwing strikes for a cause. Would love to have you there. Bowling for Babies coming up Saturday, March 7th. It's at Village Bowl in Menominee Falls. We're raising money for Milwaukee Diaper Mission. You can put together a team of 4. You hit the lanes with us. Registration is $170 per team, and all the proceeds and fees benefit Milwaukee Diaper Mission. Want in? Text the word BABY to the WTMJ talk and text line. That is 855-616-1620 to sign up. Bowling for Babies. Let's bowl and help families in need.
Ever wonder what it takes to feel truly wealthy and financially comfortable? Schwab asked Americans that question, and most said at least $2 million. But here's the thing, your number might be different. And that makes sense because your dreams, travel, retirement, and the legacy you want to leave are unique to you. That's why you need advice that's just as personal. The team at Annex Wealth Management is ready to listen and help you build a plan that fits your life. Click the Get Started button at annexwealth.com.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters, with care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home, beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
The sounds of spring, and of course,
It is out of here!
Brewers baseball is back. Spring training baseball is here.
First home run of the spring belongs to Brandon Lockridge.
Join us for our next spring training broadcast as the Brewers take on the Giants. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts Wednesday at 2. We are the flagship station for your Milwaukee Brewers. 620 WTMJ.
Time saver traffic at 6:21. Debbie.
Not too bad. We do have eastbound 94 with a broken down vehicle just before you get to the county line in Waukesha County. So just watch out for that. It is off on the right shoulder, so it's not really causing any delays or anything, but just something to talk about because we really don't have anything else going on. Super light volume, standard speeds. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast, a high of 38 degrees today. Chance this evening of a little bit of snow, partly cloudy and a low down to 20 tonight. Wednesday, mostly sunny and breezy, high 30. Thursday, mostly cloudy with a high of 36. Friday, high of 52 under mostly sunny skies, and then back down to 35 for our high temp on Saturday. Right now at 21.
6:22 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Taking place later today, tonight.
Happening today.
What to do about metal detectors in the Kenosha Unified School District. So the school board tonight is going to hear more information about the use of metal detectors at some of its schools. So this policy is being presented and being considered. It would implement metal detectors as well as searches and wands and things when security believes someone may have a weapon. That's for the searches. The metal detectors would be like they have in some other areas as well. So this has long been on the schedule under consideration. It has nothing to do with two recent incidents that took place at Bradford. There's one where a teenager was found with a gun after getting into a scuffle with police. That was a 16-year-old. And then there's another incident where someone was arrested for having ammo. Police said that this kid never brought a gun to school. There's rumors that he had one, but did not actually have a gun on campus.
And you're saying we were going to talk about this in Kenosha anyway before any of this.
So
it's
actually,
not in reaction to.
Yeah, actually, they had put together like a safety committee more than a year ago after a 13-year-old had brought like an airsoft rifle to one of the elementary schools. I think it was Roosevelt in that situation. So because of that, okay, let's create this committee and look into this. What do we need to do? And that's what led to having this meeting tonight with the full board to discuss whether or not this is something that should happen. Long been under consideration. Could be used whenever students are on campus. So whether it's off hours or not. So say there's a basketball game or something like that, they could also implement something like this. This is not unprecedented. MPS has these in some areas. Racine has done something similar. So they wouldn't be the first, but many school districts have not gone to this length quite yet to have metal detectors.
Plenty of reasons that detractors cite for not wanting this. The one that so there's the very real issue of logistics.
Right.
The cost of putting all this stuff in. Who is manning metal detectors? Is it a law enforcement presence each and every morning before school? All of that. What about students who come and go in the middle of the day? So there are a lot of things logistically that you have to consider, and those aren't easy things to work through. But
sure.
The comment in terms of the feel of it or whether or not you support it, regardless of how hard it might be to implement, you often hear pushback from students of, well, we don't want to feel like criminals at school. This makes us feel like, we're suspects when we walk into our own school.
A lot of school districts have like the clear bags and all those things, but yeah, okay.
I've never really understood that one, and only because how prolific are metal detectors and security screenings in so many other things that we do. You want to go to a game at Fiserv Forum, Marquette game, Bucks game, whatever, you're walking through metal detectors. You empty your pocket, you go through the thing.
Yep.
You go to the theater, you have metal detectors and weapon screenings. You go to a ball game. So many of these things, and in so many other areas of our lives, this is just sort of normal practice.
Right.
So that particular argument has never resonated with me.
And knowing that they're there, does that at least prevent a student or at least make them think twice before doing something? Similar to the clear bags. What's interesting, too, is that you hear more and more from different students who say they don't even use lockers anymore. Like they don't have as many books, carry their laptop
That's true. Is
around.
once you have your laptop, and if a lot of your stuff is on that, your Chromebook or whatever your district uses.
You don't have the time to go all the way back to a locker anyway.
Plus, you got to check that phone in between.
Right? Yeah, you don't have
Find out
time to walk all the way to the hallway where your locker's at because you got to spend 2 minutes on your phone.
Find
right?
out who said mean stuff about you today.
Right. Well, it's interesting. So you have the idea of metal detectors, and you also have these clear bags. And there have also been, for many years now, at most schools, if not all schools, some type of drill that they also practice. And there's even been some pushback whether or not that should continue, or if there should be a different way to implement that when you're running drills, active shooter drills, just like a fire drill. So schools are doing whatever they can. They have the soft lockdowns, they have the hard lockdowns, doing everything possible. The one thing we do know about this situation in Kenosha, the superintendent's on board. Says, yes, let's find more and more ways to find an opportunity to remain safe on campus.
Do we know, is a decision expected tonight, or is this we're going to talk about it?
It's going to be presented to the full school board. So I was trying to see on the schedule or on the agenda if that meant a vote would come after that, but it would be imminent at some point after this presentation.
News about your money this morning, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update, Dow Jones Industrial Average. We did the story about the business leader here from Milwaukee or Southeast Wisconsin who got to ring the opening bell, and then the stocks plummeted. It's not the day you had in mind. Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 822 points to 48,804. The NASDAQ was off more than 1% to 22,627, and the S&P 500 closed at 6838. That was down 72 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Bottom of the hour update from ABC News. Next.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well,
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been Milwaukee's one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Tonight, it's President Trump's first State of the Union address of his second term. He says it could be a long one because, in his words, there's so much to talk about. ABC's Mary Bruce has a preview.
We know that he is going into this based on our latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll with a disapproval rating at 60%. That's an all-time high during his second term. And we know what most Americans want to hear from him, and that is about the economy, about prices, about affordability.
Lots of Americans digging out this morning after the nor'easter that dumped several feet of snow across eastern states. Parts of Rhode Island got more than 3 feet. Massachusetts still has 250,000 power outages. Today marks 4 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and 2 Christian County, Missouri deputies were killed. Authorities say one shot dead at a traffic stop. The second was killed. 2 others were hurt when they tried to arrest the suspect, who was also killed. This is ABC News.
Things moving along pretty well so far this morning. We do have a little bit of a backup westbound 94 from about 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard, right through the Stadium Interchange. Other than that, everything else has been pretty quiet. No major incidents to slow you down. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, a high of 38 degrees today. Skies mostly cloudy. Tonight, some evening snow possible. And a low of 20. Right now at 19. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Wisconsin residents stuck in Mexico hopeful they'll be able to return home. Fox World Travel's Rose Gray is there, tells WTMJ they're supposed to fly out this afternoon.
I think there's a misguided notion that the airport was closed. It was more a part where they couldn't actually take any flights because there was no transportation. There was no way to get these people unloaded or anything of that nature. And so we did have some flights that actually arrived, unloaded, refueled, reloaded the luggage, and went back to Milwaukee.
The U.S. State Department still advising Americans to continue sheltering in place in certain areas following a weekend of drug cartel violence in Mexico.
House fire turns deadly in Greendale. An 84-year-old woman had been rescued from a house fire on Enfield Avenue. She later died at the hospital. 2 others were able to get out safely. No word on how it started, but there were no working smoke detectors.
Woman from Waukesha pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct for threatening students when her dog got loose at Richmond School. Judith Plow arrested on 2 occasions. Police said she threatened to shoot the teachers and hit her dog in front of the 4th graders. Her attorney said she suffered a traumatic brain injury 40 years ago. She's started attending an anger management class.
This will not happen again. It will not. My dog stays on the leash. He's 8 months old now, and he's my best friend. My husband died, and he's my buddy, so it won't happen again. Thank you.
Plow was sentenced to time served. She did 11 days in jail.
New updates for a man who allegedly stole a Wisconsin Rapids ambulance while intoxicated and naked.
37-year-old Benjamin Feltz has been ordered to undergo a competency exam. According to a criminal complaint, Feltz told police he drank, quote, about half a bottle of Fabuloso floor cleaner before being naked in public, then stealing an ambulance with a patient inside. The patient was a 50-year-old woman suffering from kidney disease who was unharmed. The chase lasted 40 minutes before the ambulance veered off the road into a muddy cornfield. Feltz also allegedly threatened officers while being arrested. He's facing 4 felony charges if he stands trial. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:34.
Sponsored by Accunet Mortgage.
Get your rock-solid pre-approval or a no-pressure refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
Coming up, Buried.
Day after day, year after year, the heavy lifting, the repetitive motion, and now your body feels it. Your back, your knees, your quality of life. At Access Legal, we stand up for people worn down by work. Workers' comp is our sole focus, and our team has recovered more than $35 million for Wisconsin workers. From sudden accidents to pain that builds over years of hard work, we're dedicated to fighting for the benefits you're entitled to. If you've been worn down by work, contact Access Legal for a risk-free consultation. Search AXIS Legal today.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets, something that can positively affect your mood, getting organized and clearing out the clutter. A well-rounded closet could be the most powerful room in your home. Inspired Closets can transform your closets or laundry room, your pantry, any space in your house. What separates Inspired Closets from the others? Their 3D design software and a culture that promises to build what you want and need. Call my friends Katie and Dan today, a wife-husband team ready to help. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Alleviate
pain right here won't go away.
I just felt okay. It's something I'm gonna have to live with.
I just lived with it.
So I suffered with it for several years.
I felt like it was getting worse and worse.
I'm 46 years of age, so I did not want to get a knee replacement.
And I was like, something has to be done. You don't want to have knee surgery if you don't have to.
Once I found Rejuvenex, I feel 100% better.
It eliminated the pain.
All of a sudden I went, oh wow. I started feeling pretty good. So now I'm back. I can walk.
I'm excited for myself. I can't wait to continue.
I can stand longer. I can walk longer.
I can run a little bit. I should say jog.
The pain just went away. It's just wonderful. It's a life changer. I definitely would recommend it.
Go to rejuvenex.com to schedule your appointment.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst at the NFL Combine today. Sports at 6:45.
Historic blizzard in the Northeast just paralyzing many areas.
The so-called bomb cyclone dumping more than 3 feet of snow in parts of Rhode Island, setting a new record. Over 30 inches falling throughout hard-hit Massachusetts. Officials say it could be days before electricity is restored.
Boy, ABC's Hannah Battah there. And, of course, thousands of flights canceled.
My first flight was out of Newark yesterday night. Canceled. Rebooked for this morning in Philadelphia. Canceled. Rebooked for the middle of the day around 1 today in Philadelphia. Canceled.
Oh, man, poor guy.
Not a good run, buddy.
I was waiting to hear from your kid. I know you got a kid buried in New York City. I noticed that Amy, so Mercure's got a daughter in New York, and she posted a fun video about it, making fun of TV and in snow totals and things.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Carol. It is very snowy out here in New York City. I mean, just looking around, if you look over my shoulder, you can see there is lots of snow here. They're saying that it's the biggest snowfall that we've had since 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's big. It's fluffy.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Yeah. What's your kid up to?
Coming to you live.
Nothing.
No?
Still this morning. I'm like, send me some pictures. I want to see what it's like in Manhattan. She lives right in Manhattan.
You have heard from her, though, right?
Well, finally, I'm like, hello? And I got the, haven't left the house. It stopped snowing, though. Great. Pictures? Nothing. Crickets. I guess good snow day over there.
I guess that sounds nice. Nice and cozy.
Yeah, right. Help out. 6:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
If you've ever worried about your heart, if you've ever loved someone with heart disease, if you've ever wondered if you're the one at risk, let's remind ourselves that we are not powerless. Because at the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, we're pushing to outsmart heart and vascular disease by working with you personally to understand your history, assess your risks, and guide you to heart strength. By digging deep with tireless research and offering access to leading-edge clinical trials. And for the most serious conditions, including heart failure, heart valve disease, arrhythmias, and vascular diseases, we provide renowned expertise and the most advanced life-saving procedures you expect from academic medicine. So let's get out in front of heart disease. Let's outsmart it. Let's keep pushing so that every one of us can outrun it and embrace every beautiful day life in Wisconsin has to offer. To learn more about our nationally renowned heart and vascular care, visit froedtert.com/heart.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA, best-selling author and founder of the Neal Group. Well, here we are. It's 2026. Remember last year when you said never again? Did it work? You didn't start your business to spend so much time doing bank reconciliations, cash flow projections, or inventory analysis. Let us help you keep your New Year resolution to stay on top of your finances and keep your books up to date. Don't do the same thing this year and expect different results. Start the year off on the right foot by calling the Neal Group to help you understand your numbers and make them better. You earned it. We help you keep it. Call 414-325-2040 now to set up a meeting to see how you can make 2026 the best year ever. The first meeting is free. That's 414-325-2040 or visit us at nealgroup.net. That's NEAL group.net.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
20 to 7. Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
Well, we're starting to see a few more issues out there. Actually, another disabled vehicle on the Rock Freeway northbound, just before Highway 164. So keep that in mind. On westbound 94, slowing down just past 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound starting to slow down a bit from 70th to about Hawley Road. Volume picking up across the area, but nothing else around the rest of the system. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Mostly cloudy and breezy for our Tuesday as temperatures top out in the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. We are on the lookout for a cold front to drop in from the northwest late this afternoon and into the early evening. This is going to bring a quick round of snow showers just in time for the evening commute. Under an inch of snowfall accumulation expected. Roads could become slick and slippery as temperatures fall below freezing tonight, down to around 20 degrees, partly cloudy. Sunshine back for our Wednesday with a high near 30.
Milwaukee's at 19. .642 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Took a brief field trip with the team.
You like brunch?
Yeah. Met so many of our fine listening audience down at Old German Beer Hall.
This is Hans Weisgerber from the Old German Beer Hall.
Yeah. Hans and the Weisgerber restaurant served up the specialty bratwurst in honor of Fred Usinger Day in Milwaukee. Had the thought, it's not that far from here.
Yeah, I could tell that was starting to grow in your mind.
Percolating a little bit.
It was early on in the day yesterday when you're like, we should probably go over there.
Free brats all day, so producer Greg, Erik, and I stopped on down.
Free brats. Old German Beer Hall, jawohl. For sure there'd be a line. Ja. Ja, wo sind die Bratwurst? Ja. Ja. Wo sind die Bratwurst? Wo sind sie? Was haben wir? Ja, da gibt es die Krautmann. Jawohl, Krautmann. Did you come down just for the brats today?
And to shop at Usinger's, which we did.
Oh, good. You got some of your own to take home then?
Yes, yes.
Self-serve then. Ja, wie geht's? How you doing? Good. Sind Sie die Bratwurst hier? Danke.
Here we go. Got the fixins and everything?
Yeah.
Nine. Oh, no, not nine.
Nine? Yeah. You heard it on the radio this morning?
I heard it on the radio.
Yeah. A couple of good guys told you about this, didn't they?
Right, exactly.
Getting free brats.
Yeah. How do you like that?
Love the brats.
I'm
They do it every year.
Do you every year?
Yeah. Special brat? I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. He said it's like dark beer and bacon in there.
Can't wait to try it.
Eine große Bratwurst. Und auch Brot hier und Kraut.
And that's the end of that story.
You know, we should really point out, I feel it's important to point out that you shouting all that German stuff there that you heard was when you just walked into the place. The number of people that turned and looked at you as you celebrated.
Here we go. I needed it a little more festive in there. I mean, granted, it was like mid-morning.
The faces that we were shown as we walked in. That was
you didn't catch it, but when I was yelling at the guy who was, putting the brats
that's
out.
That's right, yelling at the guy.
I said, danke. And
that means thank you, right?
Yeah, yes, thank you. And then the woman in the back who was also helping grill up the brats, she said bitte.
Oh.
Which means both please and you're welcome.
Okay.
In German. So somebody knew what the hell I was saying.
It was some kicking Gemütlichkeit around there, I thought.
Yeah,
right?
very good.
Tony, that's a Usinger's brat with some of that great tasting crisp kraut and a soft pretzel bun.
Half of American parents cannot afford diapers. Hi, this is WTMJ's Kristen Bry. This spring, WTMJ and the Milwaukee Diaper Mission are teaming up to change that. Join me for WTMJ Cares Bowling for Babies, where we will raise funds for Milwaukee Diaper Mission. Register to bowl with us on March 7th at Village Bowl in Menominee Falls. Registration is now open. Go to WTMJCares.com to sign up. Act quickly, teams will fill up fast. It's WTMJ Cares Bowling for Babies to help the Milwaukee Diaper Mission.
Not Deutschland, but southern Italy and Sicily this fall. Vince Vitrano here for Colette Vacations. Would love to have you join us. See, my dad's side of the family is from Palermo in Sicily, and our tour starts there. My dad's even going to come along. He's never been. Really excited to share that with him and with everybody on the trip. Also on the itinerary, Agrigent's Valley of the Temples, excavated ruins of Pompeii. There will be wine and specialty cuisine and history because we're assisted by a local guide every step of the way, and we don't have to plan a thing. Colette's going to cover all the details, the flight, the meals, the best hotels, and amazing local experiences. Everything taken care of by my team at Colette. My wife, Nicole, and I, and Joe Vitrano, too, would love to have you join us. The trip is coming up in late October. Send me an email, vince@WTMJ.com. That's vince@WTMJ.com. I'll send you the brochure, lots of beautiful pictures. It breaks down each day of the trip and includes your all-in cost and options. Traveling to southern Italy and Sicily with WTMJ and Colette this fall.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Packers General Manager Brian Gutekunst is at the NFL Draft in Indianapolis this week.
Happening today.
Goody's scheduled to meet with reporters this afternoon and begin the annual rite of spring, where he tells us virtually nothing about how he's approaching the upcoming NFL Draft.
Hopefully as this draft unfolds, we're able to just kind of sit back and select the best players that fall to us. I mean, that'll be, I think something we prepare ourselves to be in. So.
Okay, pick your season, pick your year, best player available.
I love that. Does this really bother you? I like that he doesn't say anything. That's how it should be, right? Yeah.
I don't give it up.
Don't show your hand.
But this is the dance we dance, as I so often say. Maybe an update on some injured players. You got Tucker Kraft and Micah Parsons recovering from major injury. How is that going? Goody's set to talk at 12:15 today.
Brewers and A's in the desert later this afternoon. The Brewers fell to the Padres Monday 7-5. Andrew Vaughn did have a 2-run shot, though. Outfielder Blake Perkins, happy to be healthy during the spring. Always grateful for the opportunity.
2025 was a trying year for Blake Perkins. He gets injured in the beginning of camp, had to deal with the loss of his mother, and then didn't quite perform to his standards in the regular season. But all that was forgotten in Game 1 of the NLDS.
Again, the runners go. And Perkins wins the battle. Vaughn around third. He will score. 4-1 Milwaukee.
We had an epic RBI single after an 11-pitch battle against the Cubs. In his own words.
That's probably one of the most emotional moments I've had. Like I screamed. I felt really cool in that moment. Seeing all my teammates happy, keep the inning going. And I think the cherry on top was getting Boyd out of the game. I don't know, I feel like it changed the trajectory of the game.
He only had one goal when the at-bat started to linger.
Again, I'm just trying to stay alive. It gets to this point now where I'm thinking, they're 10 pitches in, I gotta put this ball in play. Because the one thing I really didn't want to do was end the at-bat on a strikeout. I didn't want to take a pitch that was borderline.
Now he prepares for the next great memory.
We're so lucky. I mean, the people who are watching the game, that are screaming, that are there, they're part of the big crowd. But from our point of view, it's like all 40, however many thousand people are yelling right at me. I feel very grateful to be a part of it. It's like not many people get to be where I was.
Live from Phoenix, I'm Dominic Petronio, WTMJ.
So Dom, we'll check in live with Dom every day this week at around 8:40 this morning from the desert. So Dom Catronio doing yeoman's work down there. The Heat visit the Bucks tonight at Fiserv Forum. You can hear that right here on WTMJ Radio, 7 o'clock tip. And Marquette heads to Georgetown. You can hear it on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee.
Your European experts at Fox World Travel are ramping up and busy as ever. When you want to see more of Europe, Princess Cruises delivers. With Princess Cruises and Fox World Travel, explore iconic Mediterranean ports by day, then relax in classic comfort by night. From immersive shore excursions to destination-inspired dining, every moment is designed to feel effortless. Ready to set sail on your Mediterranean adventure? Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book your European getaway.
Best time to get my HVAC guy to become your HVAC guy is before you have an emergency. Vince Vitrano for Urban Heating and Cooling was out with Ryan and Ellie not long ago. It's their family-owned business in Franklin, but they serve all of southeast Wisconsin. Janelle was out with us as well, and she's the one who actually answers the phone when you call. She says a lot of folks have been telling her Vinny sent me, which makes me happy, but also lets her know, hey, these are our neighbors, our friends over at WTMJ, and she's going to take extra special care of you. So they had a lot of emergency work in the couple of cold snaps that we had. More work continuing now as folks are realizing their furnaces really struggled to keep up. If that's you, let's get Ryan and his team from Urban Heating and Cooling out to have a look. Let you know how much longer you've got in that furnace before you need them in an emergency. Don't forget to tell Janelle Vinny sent you. UrbanHeatingandCooling.com.
At Capri Communities, they believe people of every age deserve to enjoy life.
I recently moved my dad into a Capri community. He has gained such new independence. His falls have decreased, he's eating healthy meals, and going on great new adventures. Knowing Dad is in a great place really gives me the peace of mind I needed. And now, we're both enjoying life again.
Give the care that has your parent enjoying life again at Capri Communities. Get started today at capricommunities.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
6:51. Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
Looking pretty good right now. We do a little bit of a backup eastbound 94 from 84th Street heading past 68th. The westbound side's backed up a bit west of 27th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. The only other issue we've got is a bunch of broken down vehicles. They're all out of traffic, but they're kind of all over the place. So we got a couple, or like about 3 of them on 41, north and southbound. We got another one on the Rock Freeway, stuff like that. So just be careful as you're coming upon them. Remember, you do need to move over, give them a little bit of room so that they can work there. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Cloudy, breezy. There is a chance for some snow this evening, a high of 38. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 20. Wednesday, sunny and breezy. Tomorrow, 30. Thursday, a high of 36. Friday is sunny and a high of 52 on Friday. Right now, 6:52. It's 19.
And now we head to Milan. Wisconsin's morning news is off to the Olympics. Checking in live, here's our Olympics correspondent, Lori Nickel.
Okay, we really have to retire that. She hasn't been in Milan in a week.
And the Olympics are over.
I mean, Greg, I know you worked really hard on it, but
Oh my gosh.
it was a wonderful open, Lori, but just...
It was. Especially the...
Yes.
So me. Yeah.
Lori Nickel live with us once again this morning. A couple of things we want to talk about with you, but I think let's start with just an Olympics wrap. You had a really nice piece, and if you haven't seen it, jsonline.com has it. Just your general reflections on these Olympic Games. Let's start, obviously, with Jordan Stoltz. When's the parade?
Yes.
Right. And, the guy is just going to keep moving. He's already in the Netherlands. He's training already for his next several races.
Man, have a cup of coffee. Come on home for a second. Let us celebrate you. You can go back over there later.
Let's come back to that, though. I want to talk about that. But these championships that he's pursuing are really different. He's once again going for the super sprints and the long distance stuff. And coming back to that, I get it. I feel depressed. Coming back to Wisconsin, this weather, it's gray. My lawn is dead, Vince. I mean, my God.
We'll work on it.
I was in Milan before, and it was every day adrenaline and, 16-hour days and stuff. So if Jordan is doing this to just keep going, and to put off, he gets bored here in the summertime, biking for 5 hours a day. So I totally get what he's doing. And plus also world championships and more medals. So.
Is this the season still for speed skating?
Yeah, it usually goes right until the first weekend of March. But in an Olympic year, most people are thinking just like what you guys said. All right, the Olympics are over. Let's celebrate. People have mixed results about how seriously they take these world championships and the world all round. So, a lot of times it's a mixed bag. But yes, usually the season continues. But in an Olympic year, everything's about the Olympics. And we're done with that.
Knowing what we know about Jordan Stoltz through you and the relationship that you developed with him and with his family over the years, Lori, my guess is he's not terribly interested in any big homecoming. That said, you would probably be the first to know. So have you heard anything about when that might be or what we're planning for him?
You know what? I think he would actually embrace that because it would be at the end. If it was now and he still I do think he's grown that way. I think he's going to be home maybe March 10th or March 11th. I talked a little bit with his coach and his parents by text, but I think Jordan might be flying into Chicago, so that would make it kind of interesting. All I know is that what's going on at the Pettit right now, you guys probably talked about it. I'm sorry if I missed it, but the big banner that Bonnie Blair is putting together. But in terms of an actual party. I don't know, because now he also has a big time agent, and she might be planning like a media tour before he could even get home, which would make sense. Like you have a small window to make your money.
Yep.
So we don't know. I mean, that's what I'm telling you now. It could literally change in 4 hours. So I promise you, once I know, I will tell everybody, because a lot of people want to show their support.
Yeah, we want to shower him with keys to the cities. A key
All
to
of
the
the
Pettit
cities.
Center. Like, he should get a key to everything.
And the Milwaukee media tour. He should be in studio here with you guys. I mean, he's funny. He tells it like it is. He doesn't embellish. He's a good quote once he's comfortable. So, yeah, but we have to just wait. We have to wait it out.
Hey, Lori, immediately thought of you when we saw this anniversary cross, because we knew that you knew the man 41 years ago yesterday.
Looky here. Bobby Knight just threw his chair clear across the free throw lane.
And I think Fred
Unbelievable. He picked up another tee.
Bobby Knight throws a
Did you see
chair.
that? That's my. I have that photo in my home office here. Yes, with him throwing the chair. That's legendary. Absolutely. Totally normal, right? Totally normal behavior. Yeah. I miss him. Nobody will ever be like that ever again. He really did a lot for me, believe it or not. He would yell at me a little bit in press conferences and keep me on my toes. So, that was a few years after the chair thing. But yeah, 41 years. How is that possible?
Tough love, right? That worked. It's good training.
Yeah, there was no easing anybody into anything. It was good training. After I interviewed Bob Knight, nobody intimidated me after that. And so that was a good thing to learn
awesome.
at 21 years old. That's a true story.
Lori Nickel
41
live with
years
us
old. Wow.
this morning. Greg, do you have an out that you need to play for Lori? Put that to
Greg.
rest.
There it is. One last time.
Thanks, Lori. We'll talk again soon.
Nice, guys. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you.
Business Journal Report is up next, sponsored by the Alliance Smarter Networks. Serious savings.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
MGS Healthcare Manufacturing plans to open a second 150,000 square foot facility in Germantown this August. The company anticipates hiring 300 employees across engineering, production, and quality roles by spring 2027. Foot Locker looks to open a store at Milwaukee's Midtown Center by this fall. The opening timeline depends on city permit approval. And a new restaurant in West Allis aims to fill a food gap with a menu featuring the city's only spot to buy shawarma. Olive Flame Mediterranean Grill has opened on South 108th Street, offering carryout service. I'm Sari Lusk with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Tired of watching your company's healthcare costs rise 8, 9, or even double-digit percentages every year? There's a better way with The Alliance. For more than 35 years, employers have turned to The Alliance to lower their healthcare costs, improve access to high-value care, and keep their employees healthy. With powerful data and insights, The Alliance gives self-funded employers the tools to make informed decisions that help bend the medical cost trend. And it's working. Employers of all sizes and industries are seeing measurable results, from fewer unnecessary procedures and lower out-of-pocket costs to shorter recovery times and more productive, engaged workforces. The Alliance's recent partnerships with major health systems in the Midwest are giving employees even more in-network options close to home, making care more convenient and more affordable. Because when employees get the right care at the right time, everyone benefits. The Alliance. Smarter networks, serious savings. Learn more at the-alliance.org.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Skylight Music Theater presents The Spitfire Grill, a heartfelt Wisconsin-born musical of redemption and second chances. This 25th anniversary production features a 5-piece band. The Spitfire Grill, February 27th through March 15th. Tickets at skylightmusictheater.org.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at ACCUNET.com.
If you can't handle the heat, don't worry. That's not a problem here.
Thomas once more turns the corner and hits another one with a foul. Cam Thomas is on some kind of heater now.
The Bucks take on the Miami Heat at Fiserv Forum. Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, 620 WTMJ Milwaukee.
7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tuesday, February 24th, our top story. Cleanup continues big time in the Northeast. Thousands without power.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Companies in the Badger State sue over tariffs.
I'm Debbie Lazago. Westbound 94 is tightening up just west of 27th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound, got a pocket of heavy traffic passing Calhoun in Waukesha County. A little bit more of a delay then just east of 84th Street all the way to about Hawley Road. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance this evening of some snow, high of 38 degrees today, partly cloudy and a low of 20 overnight. Right now at 19, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, more than 250,000 people still without power after a major blizzard that hit multiple states in the Northeast. ABC's Matt Rivers in Boston.
In New York City, trees buckled under the weight of heavy snow. Down trees in New Jersey, leaving more than 250,000 customers without power. Officials say it could be days before electricity is restored. Along the coast, strong winds and dangerous flooding crashing ashore and flooding residential roads. Major cities transformed into ghost towns as officials instituted travel bans, urging residents to stay off the roads.
At least 2,000 flights already canceled for today.
Today marks 4 long years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
President Volodymyr Zelensky delivered an address to the Ukrainian people blaming Vladimir Putin for the long war, now officially into its 5th year. In Brussels, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte reiterated support, saying NATO stood with Ukraine in the beginning, stands with Ukraine today.
And we will stand with you throughout the challenges ahead.
After another year of talks in this 4-year-long war, a deal to end it remains frustratingly elusive. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Some Wisconsinites still trying to get back home today following a weekend of drug cartel violence in Mexico. Fox World Travel's Rose Gray is there, tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
But right now, we checked in at 2 o'clock, 24 hours prior to our flight, and everything is looking like it may happen. So I called our transportation company. I have that all arranged, and so we're going to move forward as if it's happening.
U.S. State Department is still advising some Americans to continue sheltering in place.
Nearly a dozen companies in Wisconsin, including Kohl's and Milwaukee Tool, are suing the White House for tariff refunds.
Most of the companies filed lawsuits just ahead of the Supreme Court's decision last week that struck down many of President Trump's tariffs. The Milwaukee Journal Sentinel reports company leaders cite financial burdens and business uncertainty caused by the tariffs. The lawsuits don't specify the amount of refunds the companies are seeking. The federal government collected more than $130 billion in tariffs from importers through the end of last year. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
2 Wisconsin Republicans want the state to re-implement the death penalty for those convicted of first-degree sexual assault of a child.
Wisconsin abolished capital punishment more than 170 years ago, following a botched public execution in 1851. Now, State Senator Chris Kapenga and Representative Elijah Benke are working to reintroduce the death penalty as a punishment option alongside life in prison in cases involving sexual abuse of children under 13. DNA evidence would have to tie the convicted person to the crime. The measure is unlikely to advance this session after the Assembly concluded business Friday. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
President Trump delivers his State of the Union address tonight, 8 p.m. start time.
Coming up, a new update in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:04.
Frank Daniels, our Madison Goldsmith, has an idea.
Bring him in.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Sarah. Hi, Monica.
It's great to see you, Frank. What's your idea?
It's a new company policy.
Let's hear it.
You know the world-famous Kessler's warranty?
If you bought it at Kessler's, it's guaranteed. It's just that simple. Even if you lose a diamond, including the center stone, we'll replace it. All maintenance is free forever. Yes, it really is that miraculous.
Every time I hear that warranty, it blows my mind.
I propose we have a jewelry cleaning policy that's as amazing as that warranty.
What would it say?
Bring us your jewelry and we will professionally clean it. While you wait, for free. You can come in as often as you want, and we don't care where you bought your jewelry. The only thing that matters is that you want it to look amazing again. We want that too.
I vote yes.
I vote yes. I vote yes. The motion carries.
Congratulations, Frank. Your idea is now company policy.
For the location of the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Jessica Ty here for Steinhoffels. If you've been dreaming about refreshing a room or even your whole home, Steinhoffels can make it so much easier. Their Decorating Solutions program pairs you with a designer who listens, gets your style, and helps create a space you truly love. They can help with colors, layouts, furniture, even those little finishing touches that make a room feel uniquely yours. It's easy. It's personal. And it makes a huge difference. So if you're ready to love your home even more, check out Steinhoffel's Decorating Solutions.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com. Transform your home today. Exterior pros. Trust the pros.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:07.
The Brewers' Brandon Woodruff on his prospects for being the opening day starter. Sports at 7:15.
An elderly woman dead following a fire in Greendale. This happened Monday morning near Enfield and Houston. The 84-year-old woman was taken from inside the home. She would later die at the hospital.
A newly released image from doorbell camera video. The masked man, believed to have abducted Nancy Guthrie, may have been at her front door earlier than that night. The night police believe she was kidnapped.
The FBI released the image, which shows the suspect without a backpack. In earlier videos and images, he's seen carrying one. It's not clear when this newly released image was taken, and the Pima County Sheriff's Office says because there's no date or timestamp associated with the image, any suggestion that it was taken on a different day from 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie's abduction is, quote, purely speculative. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
There could be light at the end of the tunnel for tech layoffs.
Every week we're hearing about layoffs at yet another tech company, but now there are signs this could be turning around. Former director of California's Employment Development Department, Michael Bernick.
We finally seem to have recalibrated after overhiring in the post-pandemic period.
Tech industry analyst Rob Enderle says new technologies could offer openings for people who learn new skills.
Quantum computing, robotics, AGI, any of those three things could do it. And we've got new battery technology that's coming forward as well.
Jobs are competitive, but companies are starting to hire. Kathy Whitman for CBS News, San Francisco.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:08.
Hey, WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
That's a lie. I'm going to Potawatomi if I can get there.
Bill!
I got bit by one, and I liked it.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
I don't even know what that means.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Forward Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
Time saver traffic at 7:10. Debbie?
All right. Well, we still have those delays heading through the stadium interchange on westbound 94 all the way to about Hawley Road. The eastbound side backing up from 84th Street just past 68th. The rest of the system is looking okay. We got a few broken down vehicles. One southbound 43 at the ramp from Locust. It's off on the right shoulder. We've also got a couple of them, one near the Hale, another one near the Mitchell. Actually, that one just got cleared out of the way. So just be careful if you come upon any vehicles on the side of the road. Make sure you move over for them. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Mostly cloudy and breezy for our Tuesday as temperatures top out in the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. We are on the lookout for a cold front to drop in from the northwest late this afternoon and into the early evening. This is going to bring a quick round of snow showers just in time for the evening commute. Under an inch of snowfall accumulation expected. Roads could become slick and slippery as temperatures fall below freezing tonight, down to around 20 degrees, partly cloudy. Sunshine back for our Wednesday with a high near 30.
Milwaukee right now at 19.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
A couple of things happening on the recent debate over the future of the Miller High Life Theater and the UWM Panther Arena, formerly the Milwaukee Auditorium and the Arena.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Or perhaps more accurately, happening on Wisconsin's Afternoon News. More on John Mercure and Julia Fellow and what they have planned today in a moment. First this, and briefly, because I don't think this is a big deal. Milwaukee Common Council Zoning, Neighborhoods, and Development Committee is discussing a proposed ordinance. The file is called An Ordinance Relating to the Requirements for the Demolition of Historic Buildings. Pausing quickly for background. A recently commissioned study suggested the Wisconsin Center District invest in a convention center hotel, 650-plus rooms. They wanted adjacent to the Baird Center, and that among the best locations for said hotel would be where the current theater and arena sit, meaning tearing one of them down and replacing them with that hotel. In a preemptive strike, Alderman Bob Bauman successfully led an effort to declare those buildings historic. Bauman has thrown a wet blanket on this idea from the get-go.
The rendering shows skywalk, which will never be built across Kilbourne. Just so your future planning, that will not happen.
Okay, I mean, that's just one snippet. Mm-hmm. So already, the Historic Preservation Commission would have to approve any demolition plans for those buildings, and the Milwaukee Common Council would have veto power on appeal. So this new ordinance is, I guess, yet another hoop that the Wisconsin Center District or anyone seeking to destroy a historic building.
Some more red tape.
Yes. A little bit more red tape, more stuff to do.
Bureaucracy. Okay.
Yes.
All right, that makes sense.
But the safeguards as it relates to these two buildings are already in place. So I don't think materially this changes the game much.
All right.
Now, I did mention Wisconsin's Afternoon News. They'll have the first public comments from the president and CEO of the Wisconsin Center District, Marty Brooks, since allegations of an inappropriate encounter with the president of the Milwaukee Common Council, Jose Perez.
The fact that you're acting that way and you want me to tell you that you pinched my butt?
Oh, come on. I did not do that.
You did too.
That is bullshit. No, sir, I did not do that.
Okay, so that's what that was. John and Julia are going to go in depth really on the whole debate over the Convention Center Hotel, the theater, the arena, the Baird Center. Chairman of the Wisconsin Center District Board, Jim Cantor. President and CEO of Visit Milwaukee, Peggy Williams-Smith. Gary Witt, President and CEO of the Pabst Theater Group, which books the Miller High Life Theater.
Yep.
Guess which way they lean on this one. They would like to keep the theater. Everybody's going to be on the record today, as will Marty Brooks, from whom I'm frankly far more interested in hearing about the future of these buildings and where the Wisconsin Center District goes from here than I am about the sensational headlines of recent past and all the other stuff.
Right.
But it'll be his first time being asked about that, and he will be. So that is coming up on Wisconsin's Afternoon News in depth at 3 o'clock this afternoon. 7:14, sports up next.
This is former Wisconsin Attorney General J.B. Van Hollen with a message for my fellow conservatives about online sports betting. Online sports betting is fun. It protects kids against illegal gambling websites, and it generates billions in tax revenue. But today, Madison politicians are considering a secret deal that could give exclusive control of sports betting to one Indian tribe. One Indian tribe making the majority of all the revenue? Our Constitution requires a vote of the people on expanded sports betting, but Madison insiders want secrecy. What's worse, their plan could leave Governor Evers the sole power to negotiate with the tribes. Madison politicians want to bypass our state constitution, and it could mean less accountability with control concentrated with one Indian tribe. Tell Madison, no secret deal on online sports betting. Paid for by Sports Betting Alliance.
The Mine Chef's Wednesday and Friday all-you-can-eat haddock Lenten fish fry is just $8.99. Kids and grandkids 5 and under eat free from the kids menu Sunday through Thursday. Google, call, and reserve your $8.99 fish fry. It's the Mine Chef.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
NFL Combine underway in Indianapolis.
Happening today.
We're going to hear from Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst. He's got a news conference at the annual scouting event. You know, the college athletes running drills, getting poked, prodded, and measured, jockeying for position in the upcoming NFL draft. What will we hear from Gutekunst? Probably his list of specific guys that he would like to draft and the spots he wants to fill.
We try to stay away from that drafting for need. We try to just, take the best player available if that's possible.
Oh, I'm sorry. We actually won't hear any of that.
I was going to say, you won't say anything.
First time in the coming weeks that you will hear Gutekunst say best player available,
yes,
which is what he does.
Does he talk about head coach extension and all that? I know that wasn't his decision, but you think that gets
We already
thrown?
covered that. He had his sort of season-ending news conference that we pined for so long.
So this is just about the players.
Back to business.
Okay.
Goody is scheduled to meet with reporters early this afternoon.
To the desert. Andrew Vaughn with a 2-run shot as the Brewers fall to the Padres 7-5 in Cactus League play.
We haven't won yet. I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter.
I know it doesn't
On
matter.
the mound
Monday. At some point, you'd like to win.
Some live BP thrown by Big Woo Monday.
When the 2025 season ended so abruptly for Brandon Woodruff with a lat strain, the Brewers always wondered, is that it? Is that all he's going to ever pitch for the Brewers again? But instead, they offered him the qualifying offer, which he accepted, making him the highest paid pitcher in Brewers franchise history. It's an honor he doesn't take lightly. And after his first live AB session of the year, he understands what the ultimate priority is.
So we have a good plan going forward, and I think the important thing is, this was kind of set into motion along pretty much when the season was ended as we got into the off season. It's fair to say I'm probably just a touch behind some of the guys because they're starting to throw in games.
But even with this slow buildup, Pat Murphy understands there are questions about opening day.
When you get the clearance to do it and then you start building up and the strengthening and everything else, the catch play, when you start ramping it up, you're like, okay, where are we at here? What makes the most sense?
Even if he was the presumed opening day starter, it's not the end of the world in Woodruff's eyes.
It's up in the air right now. There's one goal I have this year, and that's to be healthy. I want to be available at the end of the year when it matters most.
Live from Phoenix, I'm Dominic Cotroneo, WTMJ.
Brewers and athletics later this afternoon. The Heat visit the Bucks tonight. That game on WTMJ Radio, 7 o'clock tip. And Marquette will try to do something it hasn't done all season. Tonight, the Golden Eagles basketball team will try to win a game on the road. Haven't done that yet.
It's February 24th.
No, it's...
Can you believe it?
It doesn't mean anything. There's always a first time for everything, and today could be that day. They play Georgetown. Hoyas aren't that amazing. They're meh, right?
Come on.
So,
at this point, do you want them to do it or not? Like,
You're actually rooting?
It doesn't matter.
Come on.
No,
Why would you root for their demise?
Root against them. It's.
If you're gonna struggle this much, might as well
That's
lean
right.
into
If you're gonna
it.
bomb, baby.
Anyway, they play the Hoyas. You can hear that game on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. So raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Raise your hand if you like knowing that, oh yeah, those folks over there, they're older than you, but they look and act a lot younger. Yeah, any hands?
I'm looking. I don't see any
so
hands.
Here's the deal. There's a reason for that. It's because of joint pain. You're dealing with it all the time, and others aren't. You're the one that's struggling with it in your knees or your back or your hip, and here's what you do about it. You can be younger also. Just call QC Kinetics. and get your life back. 667-5559. It's 414-667-5559. You call QC Kinetics, get yourself a face-to-face, and you can walk through their regenerative treatment options, and you can do it without surgery. Free consultation the first time you visit. And you know what? Oftentimes when we hear about these consultations, people are getting treatment later that day. It's that quick and that easy. 414-667-5559. Call QC Kinetics today.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Lazaga for Car Edge. The stress of car buying is finally a thing of the past. Car Edge negotiates with local dealerships for you, keeping your personal info private. With an average of 20-plus years of dealership experience, Car Edge experts know every trick in the book, saving you time and money. No sales calls, no wasted hours playing games at a dealership, just the best deal on the car you want. WTMJ fans get 20% off. Call 414-667-7413 or visit caredge.com/WTMJ for a free no-obligation consultation today.
It's 7:20, and let's get a time saver traffic update with Debbie.
Eastbound 94 starting to slow down, coming out of the Zoo interchange all the way to just past 68th. On westbound 94, you got backups from 27th Street past Mitchell Boulevard. Volume starting to pick up a bit on 894 eastbound as well, starting at about 51st Street all the way through to actually 60th Street all the way to 35th. So careful with that. Southbound 43, building in volume, but no major backups right now. We do have one broken down vehicle on the southbound side of 43 right at Locust off on the right shoulder. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
7:22 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Your forecast brought to you by Dave Dre Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Hail to the Chief. Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Isnansky joining us live with the State of Our Weather address. What's up, Niz? You see what I did there? You like that?
That was a good bulletin, yes.
Yeah. Hey, I want to talk about our local weather, obviously, but let's go to the Northeast first. Multiple states, I think I was reading 7 states had declared states of emergency. I'm hearing bomb cyclone. I'm hearing blizzard tossed around freely. Yeah. Was this a big bad one or no?
Yeah, this one was. This definitely qualified for the attention and the names that it gets, although I think bomb cyclone still kind of silly. What you need is a dramatic drop in pressure for a bomb cyclone. 24 millibars in 24 hours. If that happens, the storm technically bombs out. It drops that much pressure, which when you have a drop in pressure, that means an intensifying storm. That means the winds are getting stronger. The forcing energy for precipitation is getting stronger. So yeah, it definitely was a big one. There are spots with over 2 feet of snow, and we're talking about the most populated part of our country. So anybody who goes, and I'm one of them, like we talked about this before, like there are many times when every single storm that hits that region of the country is broadcast worldwide is going to be just absolutely terrible. Yes. This one had that billing to it. And I guess from a meteorologist standpoint, what frustrates me is then when this one happens and it was given the same magnitude as the 4-inch snowfall in Central Park, then that's kind of a problem as how the message is getting relayed.
Is that snow going to stick around for a while? Like, obviously there's some of those areas back east can't handle that much snow just because they got no place to put it.
Yeah, it looks like average temperatures. So you're right. That amount of snow, and it's really wet, heavy snow too. So this isn't 24 inches of fluff. This is some really wet, heavy boulder with the plow type stuff. So this is it's going to be tough to find places to put it, and that's why you have multiple days of like things being shut down out there. It's a huge deal. If we got 20 inches of snow, we would be paralyzed for at least a day, Now imagine an area like New York City where, it's harder to move the stuff. There's a ton more obstacles and things like that. It is a big deal. As far as their weather goes, It will slowly melt away, but yeah, they got kind of average temperatures, which are like 30s to 40s for the next, several days. So it will be a slow melt off.
Well, I hope you've trained your daughters better than apparently I've trained mine, Niz. I mean, my oldest is right in the heart of it. She's in Manhattan. I begged her for pictures and video all day yesterday. I'm like, I'd love to post some of that, send it. She texts me late at night saying, we haven't left the house. I'm like, yes, and can you go out the door? Like, help me out here.
Go out the door.
Look out the window.
Get creative. At least open up the window. Maybe think of something fun like inside the window and whatever.
Anything. Help a guy out.
Storm, huh? Dude, I would be, me, if the roles were reversed and I had a daughter out in New York City right now, I would probably be FaceTime nonstop 24/7. I'd have her on a live stream on YouTube right now. So it would, it's a big deal out there. How's she doing? How's she holding up? They're basically literally hunkered down.
I can barely get that out of her. She's like, didn't leave the house today. This morning I'm texting, hello?
Watched all of the Netflix.
School, right. Got to the end of the internet, I'm sure.
Just probably sitting in front of the TV, or studying and just kind of
probably studying.
Out.
Yeah,
that's totally
that's what I would think.
In a complete vegged out state right now of no interaction, and then you get ghosted on the phone. I can see it.
For this week locally, Niz, what's with our 50-something on Friday? We've got pretty, cooler temperatures. High 38 today. Yep. I'm looking at 30s Wednesday, Thursday, and then we pop that 50 and then right back down into the 30s.
Yeah, so we're getting into that transition. I mean, it's definitely not spring yet, but March is just around the corner, and we're at that tail end of winter where these little spike ups are going to be a lot more common, and then there'll be more, warmer, in general as we head into spring. So we're starting to see that. We started seeing it obviously the last couple of weeks, and I think that trend continues. We do have some colder, days here. Chance of getting clipped with a little bit of snowy mix this afternoon and evening shouldn't be a big deal here in southern Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin getting, a few more inches of snow. But yeah, a lot of ups and downs, and that's kind of the time of the year that we're getting into.
How is it looking up north? You were just up there.
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, there's definitely a big drop off. Like once you get to like Anago, Wausau, and south, there really isn't, much at all. But I mean, there is some snow across central Wisconsin, but once you get north of Anago, it really starts to go up. And by the time, we got up to St. Germain, there had to be at least 30 inches of snow.
Oh, awesome.
On the ground. Yeah, it was great. We had a lot of fun. We buried a couple of snowmobiles in some of the deep stuff and had to dig them out and pull them out. It was fun.
Yes, fun.
But yeah, no, it was good. It really was. I'm happy for that community up there, far northern Wisconsin. That really depends on people, coming up and enjoying the snow, and they've had a pretty good year this year.
Thanks, my friend. Great to catch up.
All right, guys. We'll see you.
News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell more than 1.5% in trading on Monday to 48,804. The NASDAQ closed at 22,627. That was down 259 points. S&P 500 was down 72 to 6838. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. Quite simply the best in the business. You got a shoulder that's not feeling great. Maybe it's an ankle or a knee. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin and their top-tier doctors can get you feeling how you deserve to feel. My wife, Michelle, had a back issue. OHOW put her in a great place. She's on the mend. She's feeling better. She's doing all the things that she wants to do. Start at the website, ohow.com, ohow.com. Request an appointment. Start your journey to feeling better with the best. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
Recently, a seller that unfortunately ended up choosing another agent called me. She said she made a mistake, and what she was expressing to me sounded like she kind of was bullied into signing with him. Is it typical? Not always, but it will never happen when you hire a Century 21 Benefit Realty agent. I want our agents to be able to look in the mirror and say, I'd want to work with me, not because they're good at saying what you want to hear or offer the lowest commission, but because of trust. Because if you're not feeling that from your agent, that's a problem, and I don't want that. At 1.9% on the listing side of your sale with our commission capped at $19,000, Century 21 Benefit Realty leads with a very fair and transparent commission structure with maximum marketing that can get your home sold fast and for the best price. And saving money matters, but working with someone who will tell you exactly what you need to know up front, that creates trust. And that matters too. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
We see you out there coming up with original ideas, which is why you shop at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Because you know that when inspiration stirs, we'll have what you need at prices that help make it happen. During our big pet care event, all multi-pet dog and cat toys are 25% off. New Blaine's Naturals dog treats start at just $4.99. And get a free $15 Blaine's gift card with every $100 spent on Purina pet products. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Being original.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. 4 years to the day, Russia invaded Ukraine and launched the war. President Trump travels to Capitol Hill tonight to deliver his State of the Union address.
Foreign policy could dominate the night, especially Iran. In recent days, the president has said he's considering a limited strike amid a major U.S. military buildup in the region. The president is also pushing back on reports that Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane warned against a strike. Trump called those reports 100% incorrect, saying Kane would prefer peace, but if ordered, would know how to win.
To ABC's Nicole D'Antonio in Washington, the president will likely also talk about tariffs after last week's Supreme Court decision tossing those tariffs he put in place last year. Uncertainty sent stocks plummeting in Monday trading, futures pointing to a small bounce back this morning. The Northeast trying to bounce back after a massive winter storm. There is still more than 250,000 power outages in Massachusetts. This is ABC News.
Seeing a bit of a backup southbound on 43 from just before Hampton all the way down to Locust. Westbound 94, you're seeing delays from 27th Street all the way past Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound's backed up from Barker Road to Calhoun and then back on the brakes from the Zoo interchange past 68th Street. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 38 degrees today. Chance this evening of some light snow. Low of 20 degrees. Right now at 19. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, some folks from Wisconsin still stuck in Mexico. Hopeful they'll be able to return home soon. Fox World Travel's Rose Gray is with some of them. She tells WTMJ they're supposed to fly out this afternoon.
I think there's a misguided notion that the airport was closed. It was more a part where they couldn't actually take any flights because there was no transportation. There was no way to get these people unloaded or anything of that nature. And so we did have some flights that actually arrived, unloaded, refueled, reloaded the luggage, and went back to Milwaukee.
The U.S. State Department is still advising some Americans to continue sheltering in place.
Investors concerned about some of the uncertainty associated with tariffs. Annex Wealth Management CEO Dave Spano.
What do they do with all of this money is a whole nother ball of wax. And even Justice Kavanaugh had said that even though there's a reduction, where does that money go? Does it get refunded? Does it come as a tax refund? Does it go to the people they charge? A lot of questions.
There are nearly a dozen companies in Wisconsin now filing a lawsuit against the White House for tariff refunds.
State lawmakers putting more restrictions on cryptocurrency kiosks. They're working to eliminate fraudulent activity. State Representative Patrick Snyder said the scammers will manipulate people to deposit money into these Bitcoin ATMs, and then the funds are stolen.
This is something that is spreading across the nation. States are starting to put in regulation because these kiosks have no federal regulation at all.
There are about 700 of these machines in gas stations and grocery stores across the state. The bipartisan bill would set daily transaction limits and pave a way for scam victims to receive funds. It now heads to the state Senate.
Milwaukee County's got more money now to put toward new bus purchases. Been awarded more than $1 million in federal funding that'll be used on the Milwaukee County transit system. County officials say replacing buses will help MCTS reduce repair costs.
News is brought to you by J&J Contractors. Visit jjcontractorsllc.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:34. Coming up, big news today, potentially about your fire department.
Dreaming of a home renovation? J&J Contractors has been turning houses into dreams for over 40 years. From stunning kitchens and luxurious bathrooms to finished lower levels, they handle complete renovations that elevate your space. And don't forget about the outside. J&J Contractors specialize in roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Schedule your free consultation today. Just Google J&J Contractors or call 414-423-9200. J&J Contractors. Welcome home.
Hey, Wisconsin anglers. This Saturday, head to MW Marine for a free fishing seminar. No reservation needed. Meet Warren Zarin from the Mercury Lund Pro Team and learn West Coast bass techniques that flat out work in Wisconsin. Pick up tips you can use right away. And while you're there, check out the boats and get ready for your best season yet. This Saturday at MW Marine. Free, fun, and you're invited.
Healthy joints, healthy lifestyle. Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Arthritis, injuries, wear and tear, common joint issues that keep you from doing what you love. At OAW, a visit to the doctor doesn't always mean surgery. Everyone is different. Surgeons, nurses, physical therapists work together to come up with a plan for you. Maybe it's PT, medication, injection, and if you do need surgery, like I did, you know you're in the best of hands. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. Book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
America's band, the Beach Boys, celebrate 250 years of the USA. Live, the Beach Boys. August 16th at the Bank 5-9 main stage of the Wisconsin State Fair. Get tickets now at wistatefair.com. Celebrate 250 years with America's original, the Beach Boys. Wisconsin State Fair, presented by U.S. Cellular.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:36.
Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst at the NFL Combine when he talks today in sports at 7:15, 45.
7:45.
Yeah, ish. Coming up.
Guess what's happening tonight? Big news regarding the local fire department or departments.
Happening today.
It's been in the news quite a bit the last, 6 or so months. Wauwatosa and West Allis considering merging their fire departments. And tonight could be the big vote. Tosa has it on its Common Council agenda tonight to vote for that potential merger.
I feel like West Allis has already gone through all of the necessary approvals, right? Didn't they fairly early on?
We remember thinking that maybe West Allis went too quickly, showed too much excitement for it.
What was the analogy I said?
Whoa, easy.
That friend of yours in science class?
Oh, you were talking about partners in science.
That was it, yeah. When they say you have to have a partner for the project, and your buddy's like, "Hey, you and me, we can be partners." Yeah,
hold on.
Hang on, I want to see.
Let's
no,
this.
No, it's good. We can do this.
So we'll find out if the vote, when it takes place tonight, if they were to pass it, how quickly. Obviously, there's going to have to be phases. It's going to take some time, but ultimately, you would have one chief, right?
Yes, and one of the reasons in corporate America when companies merge. There's some downsizing. There's some quote-unquote streamlining.
But
that's where the cost savings would occur to some level.
The whole idea, though, we should point out, they've done studies on this, and the reason they want to do it isn't to pull service back. It's to not lose a bunch of money. So if there's ways to continue to have the service they want to have between both departments and do so to be sustainable financially, then great, right? That's good news. And this is not unprecedented. This has happened elsewhere, even here locally.
North Shore Fire is the shining example of multiple smaller communities coming together and having one fire department. Now, I can't remember when that, it's been North Shore since I can remember, right? So that doesn't mean to say there aren't some bumps in the road as you merge these two independent agencies.
So do you call it Wauwatosa? Wauwatosa Fire Department?
I already told you what they're going to call it. They're going to call it Suburban Fire. And it's just done.
It's not going to be Suburban Fire.
Right. Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
You have to incorporate Wawa.
No, they won't. They won't.
And
do
everyone knows it is Dallas.
Or interesting or creative. It's going to be Suburban Fire.
Or Westosa.
Nope, it won't be cool like that.
I'm still
Suburban Fire. Write it down. Pancake, you got the tape here, 7:39 on 2/24/26. Suburban Fire.
That's not what it's going to be called. At least North Shore, it's the North Shore.
Yeah, nope, just Suburban.
It'd be like West.
Or West Suburban Fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Would I still be
Well,
right if it's
Dallas.
West Suburban? It's one of those two. Anyway, more importantly, the vote is tonight.
130 years of trusted community banking. Greg Matzik here reminding you since 1896, Horicon Bank has been proud to stand beside their neighbors. And in 2026, Horicon Bank is celebrating this milestone with a full year of special events and monthly celebrations across all of their Wisconsin branches. All this week, join them at their new Berlin location on Cleveland Avenue for gift card giveaways and raffle prizes. Visit horiconbank.com or follow them on social media. Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years.
You've spent a lifetime taking care of others. Now it's your turn to enjoy life your way. At Capri Communities, they offer vibrant senior living where neighbors become friends, and each day brings something to smile about.
Well, it's breakfast with the boys, and then bingo is at 3 in the afternoon. I lost that super lady I lived with for 60 years, but have found a home and doing well. The accommodations, the facilities, it's been a pleasure.
Find your perfect new home at capricommunities.com.
Insulating foam from USA Insulation will make your home more comfortable in every season. Vince Vitrano here. Just heard from Jeff right before the home show. He's always got a great setup there for USA Insulation. But Jeff was telling me he really wanted to spread the word because local homeowners are saving a ton of money through federal government discounts and rebates. So you do a major home insulation project with Brent and the team at USA. Brent says local homeowners are saving thousands of dollars on the cost of their projects. And depending on the size, it can be savings up to 40%. Get started now. Tell Brent it was Vinny that sent you. USA Insulation. That's usainsulation.net.
How much does it cost to talk to Gruber Law Offices after a serious crash? It's free. Yes, free. As in it won't cost you anything to speak with us. Not sure if you have a case? Call our team at Gruber Law Offices today. Your first call and your first consultation are always free. And you'll never pay us a fee until we win your case. If you've been seriously injured, call Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
741, Debbie, what's happening on the drive?
Well, delays northbound on 4394, starting just north of the Mitchell interchange around the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. Westbound 94s got backups from 25th Street past Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound 94, you got delays from Highway F in Waukesha County all the way past Barker Road. Back on the brakes from the Zoo interchange all the way to about 68th Street. And then on northbound 894, we got delays just before Beloit Road all the way up past National Avenue. More delays coming from the Rock Freeway from Highway 100 in through the Hale. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Mostly cloudy and breezy for our Tuesday as temperatures top out in the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. We are on the lookout for a cold front to drop in from the northwest late this afternoon and into the early evening. This is going to bring a quick round of snow showers just in time for the evening commute. Under an inch of snowfall accumulation expected. Roads could become slick and slippery as temperatures fall below freezing tonight, down to around 20 degrees, partly cloudy. Sunshine back for our Wednesday with a high near 30.
Milwaukee right now at 19.
There appears to be a greater calm in Mexico, just days after violence ignited in the country following the killing of a drug lord known as El Mencho. That happened on Sunday. Then cartel members started firebombing different areas close to Puerto Vallarta and elsewhere.
They're fighting back against Mexican authorities, literally taking on members of the Mexican military in the streets. And we have seen dozens of soldiers killed, dozens of members of this gang as well. We have seen buildings, major buildings, lit on fire. In Puerto Vallarta, where this has really been centered, there was still smoke lingering over the city.
ABC's Shannon Kingston on the Start Here podcast. Among those in the Puerto Vallarta area, Rose Gray from Fox World Travel. Of course, you hear her every Saturday morning here on WDTMJ. She joined us on Monday. She also spoke with Mercure and Julia Fellow.
We could see the fires very clearly from where we were on the 8th floor. You could see some of them had been burning out. You could see some of them were very new. We watched some of them pop up. But now we're in the Nuevo Vallarta area, so we're approximately 20 minutes, 30 minutes away from the Puerto Vallarta airport itself.
So we were worried about her getting back to the airport. She's set to leave today, And she says, as of now, looking good.
Right now, we checked in at 2 o'clock, 24 hours prior to our flight, and everything is looking like it may happen. So I called our transportation company. I have that all arranged, and so we're going to move forward as if it's happening.
So checked in with her this morning. Pancake talked to her, and sounds like they're still good to go, and they're still looking to fly out this afternoon. So wishing everyone. There's still a lot of tourists there trying to figure out how to get out of Mexico. So hopefully all goes well.
744 Sports is next.
WDTMJ's Erik Bilstad here. Retirement isn't just about saving, it's about adapting when the rules change. And with the new bill now passed, your retirement plan may need a second look. Whether it affects when you retire or how you draw income or how you leave money to your loved ones, the team at Drake & Associates can help. Since 2002, they've guided Wisconsinites with their comprehensive retirement roadmap, designed to give you clarity, confidence, and a plan that works, no matter what changes come. And right now, they're offering a complimentary retirement toolkit to get you started. It includes Tony Drake's book, Get Retirement Ready, plus 5 guides that cover every key piece of retirement planning. Don't wait. Call or text TAX to 414-400-4692. That's TAX to 414-400-4692.
Drake & Associates, LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates, LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst is at the NFL Draft in Indianapolis this week.
Happening today.
Goody's scheduled to meet with reporters this afternoon and begin the annual rite of spring, where he tells us virtually nothing about how he's approaching the upcoming NFL Draft.
Hopefully as this draft unfolds, we're able to just kind of sit back and select the best players that fall to us. I mean, that'll be, I think something we prepared ourselves to be in. So
I think that was from 25. Maybe it was 24. It doesn't matter. Pick your season, pick your year. Best player available. Now, maybe optimistically, it could get an update on some injured players. You got Tucker Kraft, Micah Parsons among those recovering from major injuries. So might hear about them from Goody. He's set to talk at 12:15 today.
Brewers and A's from the desert today. Comes a day after the Brewers fell to the Padres in Cactus League play 7-5. Andrew Vaughn with the 2-run shot. Outfielder Blake Perkins happy to be healthy this spring. Always grateful for the opportunity.
2025 was a trying year for Blake Perkins. He gets injured in the beginning of camp, had to deal with the loss of his mother, and then didn't quite perform to his standards in the regular season. But all that was forgotten in Game 1 of the NLDS.
Again, the runners go. And Perkins wins the battle. Vaughn around third. He will score. 4-1 Milwaukee.
He had an epic RBI single after an 11-pitch battle against the Cubs. In his own words.
That's probably one of the most emotional moments I've had. Like I screamed. I felt really cool in that moment. Seeing all my teammates happy, keep the inning going. And I think the cherry on top was getting Boyd out of the game. I don't know, I feel like it changed the trajectory of the game.
He only had one goal when the at-bat started to linger.
Again, I'm just trying to stay alive. It gets to this point now where I'm thinking, there are 10 pitches in, I gotta put this ball in play. Because the one thing I really didn't want to do was end the at-bat on a strikeout. I didn't want to take a pitch that was borderline.
Now he prepares for the next great memory.
We're so lucky. I mean, the people who are watching the game, that are screaming, that are there, they're part of the big crowd. But from our point of view, it's like all 40, however many thousand people are yelling right at me. I feel very grateful to be a part of it. It's like not many people get to be where I was.
Live from Phoenix, I'm Dominic Cotroneo, WTMJ.
And of course, Dom joins us every day this week from the desert at 8:40 in the morning. As for the Bucks, they play the Heat tonight at Fiserv Forum, 7 o'clock tip here on WTMJ Radio. Marquette basketball, they head to Georgetown tonight on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee.
Thanks for the pretzel, Coach. 7:48 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Well, our homes need to be ready for just about anything in Wisconsin year-round. That's why Pella focuses on quality and durability in everything they do. The right windows and doors can vastly improve your home's comfort, efficiency, and overall style. And with Pella, you'll get expert recommendations designed around your home, your needs, and your budget. Don't miss out on 0% financing for up to 4 years. It ends on February 28th. Visit PellaWI.com today.
Your European experts at Fox World Travel are ramping up and busy as ever. When you want to see more of Europe,
Princess Cruises delivers. With Princess Cruises and Fox World Travel, explore iconic Mediterranean ports by day, then relax in classic comfort by night. From immersive shore excursions to destination-inspired dining, every moment is designed to feel effortless. Ready to set sail on your Mediterranean adventure? Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book your European getaway.
Hey, John Mercure here for Mend Studios. You deserve to feel better. You deserve to feel healthy. You deserve to feel great about yourself. Mend Studios has a long-term wellness as the goal. That's how they're going to do it. That's how they're going to take care of you. I know and trust the therapists at Mend Studio. They customize every single treatment, and they've got multiple locations. They're in Mequon and Brookfield, both convenient, both easy to get to. Start at the website, mendstudio.com. I never feel better than I do after a session at Mend. mendstudio.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Let's check the roads here at 7:50. Debbie, what do you see?
Well, we have an accident eastbound 94 just past Highway F. It is off on the left shoulder. Delays coming in from just past Highway 16 all the way past Barker Road, back on the brakes from the Zoo to Hawley, and again coming out of the Stadium interchange to about 35th Street. The westbound side backing up 25th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. We've also got delays southbound 43 from before Silver Spring all the way down to about Locust. Delays northbound on 4394 coming out of the Mitchell interchange, heading all the way up past Oklahoma Avenue. And then westbound 894 backed up out of the Mitchell all the way to about 60th Street on 894. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Cloudy and breezy today. There is a chance for some snow this evening, a high of 38. Tonight, partly cloudy, low of 20. Wednesday, sunny, breezy, 30. Thursday, 36. Friday, sunny and a high of 52. 7:51.
Idea Man.
Remember back to hearing stories from your parents about walking uphill both ways to school and how much better it was. And then you think, well, that's just what old people do. And then you become the old person.
Innovator.
I was kind of the king of Mario Kart back in the mid-2000s.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
Now my kids got it, and it's on a different system. And I stink.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Art Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Tausch, you've been a member of the so-called media for quite some time, but I'm not sure this term predates your entrance into our profession. You ever heard the term re-rack? We're just going to re-rack that.
I would think re-racking means is it like resetting, or are you just, it's a story you've hit and you're going to redo it?
You're on the right track there.
Close.
It refers to, back in the days of tape, what you would do is just, if you wanted to talk about something again, what you would do is just re-rack that tape, meaning hit rewind, get it set to go, throw it in the machine, so it's just basically re-racked. So my question to you is, can we just re-rack General Manager Brian Gutekunst's news conferences ahead of any given NFL draft or any given combine and use that instead of whatever he says today?
Yep. Yeah, I think I know he's that's probably there's going to be a lot of guys. We're going to evaluate. We're going to look at every stone. We're going to try to find as many good football players as you can. But in fairness to Goody, you want to keep everything, the cards close to your vest or whatever sayings you're going to have. Now, do I think that they could be maybe a little more transparent about what has happened? And I think so. But as far as developing what his roster management is going to look like and how he is going to approach current players that he's going to sign, or that, I don't know what is in it for him or for the organization to be super open about it. If he's going to say, yeah, Sean Ryan, we're not bringing it back, or Malik Willis, we're not bringing it back. I think he's honest enough in, I think, already his assessments on, like, Malik saying, yeah, he's earned the right to go and make a ton of money and be a starting quarterback. Good for him. But as far as all of the other stuff goes, he's going to tell you that there's a lot of prospects that he likes. Is any other information, I would think it's going to be, you better ask really good, pointed questions, and then maybe you have to, instead of re-racking here, you have to hope, because the press conference, if it goes 30 minutes, you can catch him slipping up and just giving you a little bit that you can then run with. That would be, I think, the only thing outside of that. Yeah, I think you can re-rack it and you probably feel pretty good about it.
Drop that on Wildy today. He'll appreciate it. Yeah, a little re-rack.
Tell him what to ask, too.
Yeah, I do, and that never goes anywhere quick. And because I think he just has to get through his first minute and a half of asking the question. If he does that, then, he usually gets he does get good answers, though. I will give Jason that. He does give good answers.
Would you consider Goody a good drafter?
Oof. It's a really fair question. For everybody that listens to our show, I have been a Goody stan for a long time. I thought the way he rebuilt the roster, in the 2018-19, and then the way he kind of built it up, drafted Jordan Love, so there you get a big star. But if we're looking at how many guys he's drafted that have stuck around for a long period of time, that, especially in early rounds, it has not been great. Do I think that his last couple of draft classes have opportunities to be really good? And then obviously Tucker Kraft and some of the picks there have been good. But overall, I don't think you could sit here and say that he has knocked it out of the park, especially with some of his first round. Now, Quay Walker's a nice player, but we don't even know. He'd be one of the guys I'd be most intrigued to find out what Goody's thinking about as far as re-signing him or not. So to answer your question, Eric, I think he's done a good job, but I don't think he has had the home run drafts that I think when you're going to be a draft and develop young team, you need to have to get us over the hump. And I think this is a huge draft, and this is a huge offseason for Brian Gutekunst.
Do you have, Tausch, and I know things have evolved since your day, but when you go to the Combine, is it one day where it's really physical stuff, where you do the 40 and you do the hang time and you bench and all that? Do you do that all in one day, or is it a series of days for players?
The hang time?
The hang time.
I got it. What's the hang time?
Yeah,
that's when you hang from your knees, from the bar.
Oh, you just hang. Oh, yeah. The old hang time. Yeah, sure. Vinny, I really believe, and when you're in it, and this was 26 years ago that I was there, it's a mental test. They bring you in there when you get late. You don't get to sleep a ton because you have a ton of meetings. And, yeah, there's one day you do a bench, one day while you're kind of going through your medical and some of the other stuff, and that's when they, they kind of just examine everything about you. They weigh you, they measure you, arms, everything else. And then, the last day right before you leave, that's when you do all your 3-cone, your 40-yard dash, and then this new drill that they just brought in, hang time. So they got hang time, they got bench, and but it's a mental test just as much, I think, as it is the physical stuff, because what they're trying to find out, they see your tape. They know, ideas on speed and everything else. They want to get it verified. But then I think the big thing is, how do you handle adversity, and how are you going to answer questions and treat people and do all the things that are off the field that you maybe can't get a look at when you're watching film?
See, that's what I want to see. Never mind the guys running the 40. I want to end the meeting.
Yes.
It would be, I'm telling you, and I think from a player standpoint, I would have no problem with, if you're going to ask me questions about plays and how, I think there's going to be, especially at the quarterback position, and we've seen this with some of the behind-the-scenes videos of quarterbacks, you can really elevate yourself with a good meeting. And just like in anything else, if you make that good first impression, or you make a really good impression on somebody, they'll remember that. And everything is so razor's edge. If a guy runs a 5.41 or a 5.43, and all of a sudden you're looking at it and saying, well, boy, but that cat knows this, and he's going to be this and this and this, you separate yourself in a big way.
Thanks, Tausch. Talk to you tomorrow.
You bet, guys.
7:58 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
MGS Healthcare Manufacturing plans to open a second 150,000 square foot facility in Germantown this August. The company anticipates hiring 300 employees across engineering, production, and quality roles by spring 2027. Foot Locker looks to open a store at Milwaukee's Midtown Center by this fall. The opening timeline depends on city permit approval. And a new restaurant in West Allis aims to fill a food gap with a menu featuring the city's only spot to buy shawarma. Olive Flame Mediterranean Grill has opened on South 108th Street, offering carryout service. I'm Sari Lusk with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Forward Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
Skilled trade workers are the backbone of every community, and also the Army National Guard. Soldiers trained to keep the power flowing, engines running, and in every other trade needed to accomplish the mission. These soldiers are on the fast track to learning skills that can set them up for success at home with companies looking to hire the best. Their resumes are being built through their paid training and part-time service. Find out how you too can learn a trade profession by visiting NationalGuard.com. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard. Aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is led by the Spirit into the desert to prepare for his ministry. This Lent, how will we allow ourselves to be led? How will we use these weeks to let God transform our hearts and our lives? This is Archbishop Jeffrey Graub. When Easter arrives, may we find ourselves renewed, strengthened, and changed. God always takes the first step. This Lent, how will we respond? Join us at Mass, and let's walk this journey together.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
If you can't handle the heat, don't worry. That's not a problem here.
Thomas once more turns the corner and hits another one with a foul. Cam Thomas is on some kind of heater now.
The Bucks take on the Miami Heat at Fiserv Forum. Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, 620 WTMJ Milwaukee.
Just after 8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tuesday, February 24th, our top story. A major cleanup still underway with thousands without power.
I'm Erik Bilstad. A plan to reintroduce the death penalty in Wisconsin.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Eastbound 94, just east of Highway F. We've got a crash on the left shoulder being worked on. Cars are able to get past it without too much of a problem, although it is bunching up a little bit from 164 past that scene. More backups out of the Zoo interchange past 68th Street and again through the Stadium interchange to 27th. On the flip side, we've got delays from just past 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Northbound on 894 backing up from just out of the Hale interchange all the way up to National. Northbound 4394, that's backed up from just out of the Mitchell interchange around the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm Team forecast could see some light snow this evening. Today's high 38 degrees, tonight a low of 20. Right now at 19, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a lot of folks in the Northeast enjoying sunshine today, following one of the biggest blizzards on record.
The snow totals are astounding. Nearly 40 inches in Providence, Rhode Island, almost 20 in New York City, and at Newark Liberty Airport in New Jersey, they measured 27.1 inches, making it the second biggest snowstorm on record. Speaking of airports, more than 11,000 flights were canceled this week. There were hundreds of thousands of power outages. And in Massachusetts, for the first time in 153 years, the Boston Globe did not put out a print edition, saying the blizzard made it impossible to deliver it on Tuesday morning. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Americans who are vacationing at some destinations in Mexico now trying to get out of the country today. This after a military operation took out the leader of one of the country's most notorious drug cartels. That includes some Wisconsin residents hoping to get home today. Fox World Travel's Rose Gray in Mexico.
But right now, we checked in at 2 o'clock, 24 hours prior to our flight, and everything is looking like it may happen. So I called our transportation company. I have that all arranged, and so we're going to move forward as if it's happening.
The U.S. State Department has been advising Americans to continue sheltering in place in certain areas of Mexico.
Promises this morning for continued negotiation in the Russia-Ukraine war. Today marks 4 years since Russia invaded Ukraine.
Russia still controls around 20% of Ukraine's territory, but Russia's taking many more casualties than Ukraine, estimated to be over 1 million. And Ukrainian officials are now reportedly saying that over the last 2 months, Russia's battlefield casualties have outnumbered their recruits. Meanwhile, Ukraine has stepped up its military production, especially of game-changing drones. That means they're less dependent on foreign assistance.
CBS News correspondent Holly Williams. Tonight, the president delivers his State of the Union address. 8 p.m. is the start time, Central.
Nearly a dozen companies in Wisconsin, including Kohl's and Milwaukee Tool, are suing the White House for tariff refunds.
Most of the companies filed lawsuits just ahead of the Supreme Court's decision last week that struck down many of President Trump's tariffs. The Milwaukee Journal Sentinel reports company leaders cite financial burdens and business uncertainty caused by the tariffs. The lawsuits don't specify the amount of refunds the companies are seeking. The federal government collected more than $130 billion in tariffs from importers through the end of last year. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
2 Wisconsin Republicans working to re-implement the death penalty for those convicted of certain child sex crimes. Bill would reintroduce the death penalty as an option alongside life in prison in cases involving sexual abuse of children under 13 years old. Several provisions would still need to be met, including DNA evidence tying the convicted person to the crime.
A woman from Waukesha is pleading guilty to disorderly conduct for threatening students when her dog got loose at Richmond School. Judith Plow was arrested on 2 occasions when police say she threatened to shoot the teachers and hit her dog in front of 4th graders. Her attorney says she suffered a traumatic brain injury 40 years ago. She has started attending an anger management class.
This will not happen again. It will not. My dog stays on the leash. He's 8 months old now, and he's my best friend. My husband died, and he's my buddy, so it won't happen again. Thank you.
Plow was sentenced to time served, 11 days in jail.
Coming up, a new video from Savannah Guthrie as the search for her mother continues. It's breaking news right now. We'll do it next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Recalculating route. Estimated arrival time. Never.
For people with nasal congestion, snoring, or sleep apnea, finding a solution feels like a never-ending road trip.
First stop, my primary doctor. Then the pharmacy. Then a sleep specialist. Then an ENT.
What if there was just one destination for all your problems?
Welcome to Advent, Milwaukee's one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care in one location. Over 95% of patients with severe nasal breathing issues report improvement. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
You have arrived at Clear Breathing.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:07.
We're following some breaking news out of Arizona, where we are hearing a new video from Savannah Guthrie regarding her mother, Nancy. The Guthrie family now offering a large reward.
But we need to know where she is. We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million. For any information that leads us to her recovery.
That Savannah Guthrie posted just moments ago asking for more information about her mother, who's been missing since February 1st, now offering $1 million. Meanwhile, police believe there is new doorbell images that may not be from the night she was taken, but they think it's of the same person. They think the suspect may have been on the doorstep before.
In one of the images released by the FBI, he's seen without a backpack, which is believed to have been captured prior to February 1st. In a statement late Monday night, the Pima County Sheriff's Office said in part, there is no date or timestamp associated with these images. Therefore, any suggestion that the photographs were taken on different days is purely speculative.
CBS correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti there from Tucson. No person of interest has been named in the case.
Woman who grew up in Wauwatosa got to ring the opening bell on Wall Street to start the week.
Smiling from the balcony of the New York Stock Exchange and pumping her fist into the air, Megan Tennell opened the market. Tennell is the CEO of the Association of Equipment Manufacturers, based right here in Bruce City.
So we represent the members who make the equipment that helps to build, feed, and power the world. And I don't mean to sound cheesy. It's the honest-to-God truth.
Tennell actually witnessed some of that equipment at work on Wall Street as New York City deals with its biggest snowstorm in years.
We're seeing our own equipment on the roads here, helping New York to dig out, helping New Jersey to dig out.
Jessica Ty, WTMJ News.
8:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
130 years of trusted community banking. Greg Matzik here reminding you since 1896, Horicon Bank has been proud to stand beside their neighbors. And in 2026, Horicon Bank is celebrating this milestone with a full year of special events and monthly celebrations across all of their Wisconsin branches. All this week, join them at their new Berlin location on Cleveland Avenue for gift card giveaways and raffle prizes. Visit horiconbank.com or follow them on social media. Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years.
At Capri Communities, they believe people of every age deserve to enjoy life.
I recently moved my dad into a Capri community. He has gained such new independence. His falls have decreased, he's eating healthy meals, and going on great new adventures. Knowing Dad is in a great place really gives me the peace of mind I needed. And now, we're both enjoying life again.
Give the care that has your parent enjoying life again at Capri Communities. Get started today at capricommunities.com.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
Time saver traffic here with Debbie.
All right, still working on an accident, 94 eastbound, just past Highway F in Waukesha County. It is off on the left shoulder. Southbound on 43, we're backing up just south of Silver Spring, all the way down past Capitol Drive. There is a crash. Northbound 43, right at the ramp from Keefe. That one is off on the right shoulder. We've also got northbound 4394 slowing down around the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. Back on the brakes from Chase all the way up past Beecher. Northbound 894 is also backing up out of the Hale interchange all the way up to National Avenue. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Quick look at your forecast. This evening, chance for some light snow and a high of 38 degrees. Dayside low will be down to 20 overnight. And then Wednesday, pretty quiet, mostly sunny and breezy, high of 30. Milwaukee temp at 22.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
8:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News this Tuesday morning. Once the machine shop to the world. You've heard that before. Right?
Oh, sure.
Yes. Manufacturing, long a part of Milwaukee and Wisconsin history. Today, its future. As the president of the National Association of Manufacturers visits some of our biggest names in industry, Komatsu, Rockwell, C&H, all on his agenda. But before that, a stop right here at Wisconsin's Morning News.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Jay Timmons, president and CEO of the National Association of Manufacturers, and is in studio with us this morning. Jay, great to see you again. Very busy day for you, so appreciate your time early.
Yeah, it's great to be here and looking forward to the day.
So let's talk about the national picture first, and then we can back up and talk about some local issues as well. Tonight we have the State of the Union address from President Trump. You just delivered your State of Manufacturing address in Cleveland. So I guess give us a nutshell version of that, a few highlights, and then we'll break out some specifics.
Yeah, sure. So the State of Manufacturing address was done at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland. The reason we chose that venue was to show the connectivity between music and manufacturing in terms of innovation. Manufacturers innovate, right? We're always evolving, always changing to improve our processes and to get more goods made for the entire world. Right now, the state of manufacturing is kind of the next chapter is unwritten. The president tonight, I think, will rightly take credit for the tax reforms that were made permanent and actually expanded in last year's legislation. He's been working hard on modernizing regulations. He's working very diligently to make us energy dominant here in this country, which is important for manufacturers because we use a third of the nation's energy supply. But we have some choppy seas ahead in terms of workforce development and, of course, trade and tariff certainty.
Well, let's get into that a little bit. Jay Timmons is with us. He's president and CEO of the National Association of Manufacturers. The Trump tariffs, the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision notwithstanding, because that leaves so much uncertainty in the future. But just basically where we're at right now, one of the pillars of the tariff policy has been we're going to reshore all sorts of manufacturing. We're going to get all sorts of foreign investment, and companies are going to want to make things in America again. From where you sit, is that happening?
Yeah, I think it's actually been happening for about the last 10 years or so. The pandemic, I think, supercharged that effort. We saw supply shortages of critical PPE and other manufactured items, and we saw the result of that. When there was a lack of supply but still a lot of demand, prices shot up over the next couple of years. So manufacturers are committed to investing. Rewinding the clock a little bit, though, Vince, 2017 was when the first tax bill was enacted, and President Trump actually announced his plan at our board meeting, and he said it would be, if it was enacted, rocket fuel for manufacturing, and it was. We had record investment, record job creation, record wage growth for the next 3 to 4 years. So manufacturers have, we have, frankly, all this pent-up optimism to move forward with more investment, more job creation, but the trade front creates a lot of uncertainty in terms of cost of doing business here in the United States.
What do you do about that tariff uncertainty? I suppose it's different depending on the manufacturer and the product, et cetera.
Yeah, but I can tell you that all manufacturers want to see a stable system in place. So there is a given. One of those givens is that President Trump likes tariffs, and he's going to implement them however he can. So within that framework, manufacturers have to figure out how they're going to make their decisions for the future of their businesses. So when we have, the Supreme Court took its actions last week and declared the Trump emergency tariffs to be unconstitutional, he's now imposed a different level, a temporary level, and he's also talking about imposing additional tariffs under different sections of the statute. So manufacturers are kind of sitting back saying, wait a minute, how much more does that mean?
Right.
What can I pass on to my customers? What do I have to pass on in order to be competitive and keep my doors open? I heard a lot of stories from small manufacturers that they simply can't make ends meet and they have to close their doors. And that's very unfortunate. And I don't think that's what the president's goal is. I think he wants to expand manufacturing in the United States, and we certainly do too. And the way to do that is reducing costs and a stable environment economically.
Jay Timmons is with us, president and CEO of the National Association of Manufacturers. He's spending the day in the state today. Jay, do you look at manufacturing the same when it's an American-based company as opposed to a Honda right? Yes, but we build Hondas in America. We build Toyotas in America. We build a lot of Foxconn products in America, right? So do those things, do they look the same to you, or are they different?
Well, so first of all, we're in a global economy, and that global economy we've spent the last 70 years developing, right? And part of that is foreign direct investment in the United States, and part of that is foreign direct investment of our companies in other countries. And that has benefits both ways. When I look at a company locating here in the United States, whether that is a domestic company or a foreign company, what I see is growth in the community, I see improvements in the community, and most importantly, I see really good paying jobs. And so the best part about my job is, yes, we have 13,000 member companies, but I feel like we're the voice of 13 million men and women who make things in this country and who want this country to succeed. So bring it on. I don't really care where the investment comes from, as long as it is beneficial to the people of our country.
You mentioned workforce development. Is there a skills gap that is out there, and why? Where did that gap come from, and why can't we?
Well, I think part of it, Eric, is manufacturers. I say this to my board. I have a 250-member board of directors, right? So a lot of them are Fortune 500.
That's too many.
Actually, it's great because we get such great input from all different sizes and sectors of manufacturing. But what I tell them over and over again is, you're way too humble. Like, you don't tell the story the way you should. And my grandfather left the family farm during the Great Depression, and he stood in line for 6 months to get a job in manufacturing. And let me tell you, manufacturing back in the 1930s versus the 2020s, way different. Because I can guarantee you wouldn't want to eat off the shop floor back then. But today, you walk into any one of our facilities, and it's clean, it's sleek, it's technology-driven, it's exciting, and the jobs literally change every year. So you're never bored in manufacturing. So we've got to do a better job of telling our story. We do that through the Manufacturing Institute, which is our education and workforce partner, headed by Carolyn Lee. And we go out to schools. We explain what manufacturing is about. We have a program with the military, so folks coming out of the military can come into manufacturing. We're working to recruit more women into the sector because we're underrepresented with women in manufacturing. We have a second chance hiring program that works to bring more people in. So we have 433,000 open jobs in manufacturing. And as I said before, Eric, highest paid sector of the economy on average. And we've got to tell that story better.
You told the grandfather story. I'll tell mine quickly. My grandfather worked for Falk Corporation for 1,000 years right here in Milwaukee. So coming up after the break, Jay, I want to ask you about the state of manufacturing in Wisconsin. You chose us as one of a handful of states you're visiting in this tour post your State of the Union, so to speak, for manufacturing. So I want to ask you about Wisconsin specifically next here on Wisconsin's Morning News. Check traffic here with Debbie Quick.
Yep, southbound on 43. We have, actually northbound on 43, we have a crash right about at Keefe. It is off on the right shoulder. Right now, we've got delays on the southbound side, though, from before Hampton all the way down past Locust. We've got northbound 4394 slowing around the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. Westbound 94, backups from 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound, got that accident in Waukesha County just past Highway F off on the left shoulder. More delays then from about 92nd Street all the way to 68th, and again coming out of the Stadium interchange to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Hey, Wisconsin anglers. This Saturday, head to MW Marine for a free fishing seminar. No reservation needed. Meet Warren Zarin from the Mercury Lund Pro Team and learn West Coast bass techniques that flat out work in Wisconsin. Pick up tips you can use right away. And while you're there, check out the boats and get ready for your best season yet. This Saturday at MW Marine. Free, fun, and you're invited.
Hey, John Mercure here for Mend Studios. You deserve to feel better. You deserve to feel healthy. You deserve to feel great about yourself. Mend Studios has a long-term wellness as the goal. That's how they're going to do it. That's how they're going to take care of you. I know and trust the therapists at Mend Studio. They customize every single treatment, and they've got multiple locations. They're in Mequon and Brookfield, both convenient, both easy to get to. Start at the website, mendstudio.com. I never feel better than I do after a session at Mend. Mendstudio.com.
Probably heard the news on the housing situation. Tough to buy right now. So maybe you want to invest in the home that you have with Matrix Basement Finishing. Talking about building a lower level space where you can build those important relationships. Imagine a spot. The whole family's there. You're having a movie night or playing games with the kids. Speaking of the kids, place where they can have their friends over. Now you're that house where all the kids want to hang out. And the good news is they're out of your way. And still, you're resting easy knowing that the kids have a fun and safe environment to enjoy. I've had Brent and Josh from Matrix in my home. They can map it all out for you like they did for me right at the kitchen table, including great pricing and financing options. One of those options is, if you book now, you can choose to make no payments until 2028 with Matrix Basement Finishing. Tell them Vinny sent you. MatrixBasements.com.
So if you're looking to install a new glass shower door, you're going to want to see selection. The more you see, the better choice you can make. And that's why our store is loaded with 20 different glass shower door options. And what sets Les's Glass apart is that you're going to have somebody close by for help who's been here for years and years. to ask them questions and get reliable answers. Now, no one's going to be hounding you, but when you need an answer, you're not going to have to search around. One thing you can count on at Less's Glass is that there will always be a member of our staff here with decades of experience. And that matters, because how many times have you been at the big box home improvement store, walking around trying to find someone who can actually answer your questions? This is Stacy Sinks. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Less's Glass. Less's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com.
Celebrate a birthday, anniversary, or retirement this week with a free dinner at the historic Fox and Hounds restaurant near Holy Hill. Buy one dinner, get one free, 7 nights a week. Google Fox and Hounds restaurant and enjoy your free dinner.
824 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We're visiting in studio with Jay Timmons. He is president and CEO of the National Association of Manufacturers, visiting our state today. Jay, the chairman of your board, we talked about this, is Blake Moret, chairman and CEO of Milwaukee-based Rockwell. Rockwell just announced, as I'm sure you're aware, a huge expansion right here in southeast Wisconsin. They're going to build a facility in New Berlin. Overall, how do you see the state of manufacturing in our state?
So I think Wisconsin is a very strong state for manufacturing growth and opportunity. You've got 462,000 manufacturing jobs in this state. You've got $73 billion of value added to the economy. That's like 16% of Wisconsin's GDP. So that is a huge, that's a strong economic message. You mentioned Blake Moret. He's been an amazing chair. He's traveling with me actually on the State of Manufacturing tour, and he's telling the story of why manufacturing makes America so exceptional. And we also have several other leaders of the Wisconsin business community on our board of directors. Austin Ramirez is one of the leaders of our small and medium manufacturers group. He's the president and CEO of Husco, and we have several more.
When you go to a couple of the different places today, what do you expect to hear? I mean, is it critique? Is it questions? Is it just glad handing? Like, what do you expect to learn?
So one of the things that I really like when I'm on these tours is I get to see all the great toys.
Right?
Yeah, right.
That's
hey, have a look at this. You know, it's kind of fun stuff. But having said that, I also get kind of the inside scoop from not just the leaders of these companies, but also some of the folks who are leading certain divisions. I get to spend time on the shop floor with some of the folks that are actually hands-on making these products, and they give me their thoughts, their advice on some of the policies that are coming out of Washington that may either be helpful or harmful, and that's extremely beneficial when we're doing our job in D.C.
Jay, how often is one of the first topics that you have to discuss artificial intelligence, and how is that going to make How is that going to make our companies better and stronger in manufacturing, but also hang on to the critical jobs that you support?
Yeah, so I'm a believer that AI is a force for good. It can be a force for good, and that it is additive to the manufacturing workforce. So I've seen some of this in operation around the country, and whereas it might take somebody days, weeks to deal with a calculation, a design, or an issue, it can be done literally in hours. So what does that mean? It doesn't mean that we don't need the human anymore. You need the human element, but it allows that human to be far more efficient, far more productive, and far more profitable for not only the company but also our country.
Okay, you know our state well. You get to spend the day here. What's on the menu? What are you most excited about? Do you have to get cheese curds, or is it custard, or what can we do for you?
I had cheese curds last night.
Okay,
you
can have them again today. Yeah,
pretty
that's
good.
all right.
You know, I was introduced to cheese curds by Kurt Bauer, who's the president and CEO of the Wisconsin manufacturers, and he made sure several years ago that I understood the absolute delicacy that those are.
Well, we'll get you a gift basket. Jay, appreciate you being here and taking time with us this morning on a very busy day.
Thanks for having me.
That's Jay Timmons. He's president and CEO of the National Association of Manufacturers. First stop on a busy day right here, Wisconsin's Morning News. 8:27. We'll get you a bottom of the hour update from ABC News. Coming your way next.
There's a lot of noise coming out of Washington these days, but one thing retirees in Wisconsin can't afford to ignore is the new Big Beautiful Bill. Sounds harmless, right? But here's the truth. The changes buried in this bill could have a serious impact on your retirement. At Drake & Associates, we've dug into the details, and we want to make sure you know what's really at stake. The Big Beautiful Bill includes sweeping updates to tax brackets, Social Security thresholds, Medicare premiums, and retirement account rules. And for many retirees, it could mean higher taxes on your savings, more limits on deductions, and unexpected changes to your income plan. Maybe you're already retired, or maybe you're just a few years away. Either way, what you don't know could cost you thousands. That's why we're offering Wisconsin residents a free educational guide to help you understand how the new bill may impact retirees and questions to discuss with your trusted financial advisor. Just text the word tax to 414-897-9522. That's tax, T-A-X, to 414-897-9522. You'll get immediate access to expert insights from the team at Drake & Associates, retirement planners who have been serving Wisconsin for over 20 years. We focus on tax-efficient retirement planning, helping you keep more of your money, avoiding surprises, and staying ahead of the curve no matter what Congress throws your way. So before the Big Beautiful Bill takes a bite out of your hard-earned savings, let's make sure your plan is designed to help prepare for uncertainty. Text TAX to 414-897-9522. That's TAX to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping build retirement confidence right here in Wisconsin.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano talking with Dr. Mike Nolte at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Doc, a lot of people are hesitant to visit a surgeon for spine care.
The good news is that the vast majority of patients that I see and the majority of conditions that I can see can be successfully treated without surgery. And I don't want patients to think that just because you're seeing a spine surgeon means that you're going to be signing up for surgery. We talk about, in my clinic, kind of a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C.
Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. orthowisconsin.com.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. More than 3 weeks after Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped from her home in Tucson, Arizona, her daughter, NBC TV host Savannah Guthrie, has posted a new plea for help.
We are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery.
It's on top of the $200,000 in rewards already being offered. Sources tell ABC News the masked man seen on video at the Guthrie home may have also been there the day before. President Trump preparing for his State of the Union address tonight. He says it could be a long one. Today marks 4 years since Russia invaded Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Pentagon says the U.S. military boarded a third oil tanker in the Indian Ocean after tracking it from the Caribbean. And power outages in Massachusetts still hovering at about 250,000 after the nor'easter as people in several northeastern states continue to dig out. This is ABC News.
Eastbound 94 still dealing with an accident on the left shoulder just past Highway F in Waukesha County. So watch out for the bunching right past that scene. We've also got northbound 43, a crash off on the right shoulder right about at Keefe. And we've got delays on the southbound side more than anything from Hampton all the way down almost to North Avenue. Westbound 94, we do have delays from 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound, backing up with that accident right past Highway F, and then back on the brakes from 84th Street to Hawley Road. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast, a high of 38 degrees today. Chance this evening of some snow. Shouldn't amount to too much. Low down to 20 degrees tonight. Right now at 22. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, we've got some folks from Wisconsin still stuck in Mexico, hopeful they will be able to return home soon. Fox World Travel's Rose Gray is among them. She tells WTMJ they're scheduled to fly out this afternoon.
I think there's a misguided notion that the airport was closed. It was more a part where they couldn't actually take any flights because there was no transportation. There was no way to get these people unloaded or anything of that nature. And so we did have some flights that actually arrived, unloaded, refueled, reloaded the luggage, and went back to Milwaukee.
Rose did check in this morning, says right now it looks like they are still on track for that afternoon departure. U.S. State Department, meanwhile, is still advising some Americans to continue sheltering in place in Mexico.
An elderly woman is dead after a house fire in Greendale. This happened in a home near Enfield Avenue. 84-year-old woman was trapped inside. They were able to get her out, but she later died at the hospital.
Got some new information on that guy accused of stealing an ambulance in Wisconsin Rapids while intoxicated and naked.
37-year-old Benjamin Feltz has been ordered to undergo a competency exam. According to a criminal complaint, Feltz told police he drank, quote, about half a bottle of Fabuloso floor cleaner before being naked in public, then stealing an ambulance with a patient inside. The patient was a 50-year-old woman suffering from kidney disease who was unharmed. The chase lasted 40 minutes before the ambulance veered off the road into a muddy cornfield. Feltz also allegedly threatened officers while being arrested. He's facing 4 felony charges if he stands trial. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
After a big win, UW River Falls head football coach Matt Walker is leaving the program.
The longtime head coach at UW River Falls has been named the new head football coach at Drake University. Walker leaves River Falls after a transformational 15-year run, capped by the program's first NCAA Division III national championship in 2025, along with the school's first WIAC conference title since 1998. During his tenure, Walker coached more than 140 all-WIAC selections and 6 All-Americans. Walker will be introduced by Drake Athletics in a press conference on March 1st. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money with the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We're 4 minutes off the opening bell. The Dow Jones Industrial Average trying to claw some of its losses from Monday back. Right now up 176 points to 48,980. S&P 500 is down 11. And the NASDAQ is off 64 points. It's at 22,563. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time, 8:35.
The Mine Chef's Wednesday and Friday, all-you-can-eat haddock Lenten fish fry is just $8.99. Kids and grandkids, 5 and under, eat free from the kids' menu Sunday through Thursday. Google, call, and reserve your $8.99 fish fry. It's the Mine Chef.
You've spent a lifetime taking care of others. Now it's your turn to enjoy life your way. At Capri Communities, they offer vibrant senior living where neighbors become friends, and each day brings something to smile about.
Well, it's breakfast with the boys, and then bingo is at 3 in the afternoon. I lost that super lady I lived with for 60 years, but have found a home and doing well. The accommodations, the facilities, it's been a pleasure.
Find your perfect new home at CapriCommunities.com.
With Pella, you get so much more than stunning windows and doors. You get the Pella experience. Pella manufactures, sells, installs, and services every product. And with a 10-year labor warranty, your windows and doors are worry-free for years to come. If something goes wrong, we're here to handle it because you work with the same team from start to finish.
Right now, get 0% interest for up to 48 months.
Visit PellaWI.com today.
Having a plan and having a strategy are not the same thing. Vince Vitrano here for Margle Media, Milwaukee-based, full-service digital marketing agency. They will help your business grow. So maybe you're out there a little bit, buying a few ads on social media. That's fine, but what is your overall goal? What do you want that marketing to do? Who are you targeting with your ads? Why are your ads running? When they're running? If you don't have answers to some of these basic questions, you do not have a strategy. No worries. Margle will take it from there. Shane and his team, I've met with them. They're experienced professional experts in digital marketing. And what they do is align your business goals with the right digital solutions, and they will deliver measurable results. Free initial consultation. That means there's nothing to lose by reaching out. Tell them Vinny sent you. It's Margle Media, MARGLE, media.com.
130 years of trusted community banking. Greg Matzik here reminding you since 1896, Horicon Bank has been proud to stand beside their neighbors. And in 2026, Horicon Bank is celebrating this milestone with a full year of special events and monthly celebrations across all of their Wisconsin branches. All this week, join them at their new Berlin location on Cleveland Avenue for gift card giveaways and raffle prizes. Visit horiconbank.com or follow them on social media. Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years.
took a brief Wisconsin's morning news field trip on Monday.
You like brats?
Met some of our fine listening audience over at Old German Beer Hall.
That was a nice
This is Hans Weisgerber from the Old German Beer Hall.
Yeah. Entschuldigung, Hans. You were saying?
It was a pleasant surprise seeing some of the listeners to the program. Didn't expect that.
We told them to go.
Yeah, you're right.
That, hey, this is happening. This was Hans and the Weisgerber restaurants serving up specialty bratwurst in honor of Fred Usinger Day in Milwaukee. So they did free brats all day. I'm like, we got to, it's what, 3 blocks from here?
If that.
We would have had no excuse not to at least go and conduct some journalism.
Yes.
Yes. So producer Greg and Erik and I stopped on down.
Free brats. Old German Beer Hall, jawohl.
For sure there'd be a line.
Ja, wo sind die Bratwurst? Ja! Ja! Wo sind die Bratwurst? Wo sind sie? Was haben wir? Ja, da gibt es die Krautmann. Jawohl, Krautmann. Did you come down just for the brats today?
And to shop at Usinger's, which we did.
Oh, good. You got some of your own to take home then?
Yes.
Self-serve then. Ja, wie geht's? How you doing? Good. Sind Sie die Bratwurst hier? Danke.
Here we go. Got the fixins and everything.
Yeah.
Nein. Oh, no, not
Nein, ja.
You heard it on the radio this morning?
I heard it on the radio.
A couple of good guys told you about this, didn't they?
Right, exactly.
Getting free brats.
Yeah. How do you like that?
Love the brats. I've been doing it every year.
Do you every year?
Yeah. Special brat? I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, he said it's like dark beer and bacon in there.
Can't wait to try it.
Eine große Bratwurst. Und auch Brot hier und Kraut.
And that's the end of that story.
It was good. They were good brats.
Weren't they?
And I did appreciate you announcing your presence as soon as we walked in the place, as you heard there.
Surprised I didn't get more of a reaction.
Everyone's turning. Who's this guy yelling at us?
You barking at us in German. I didn't hardly say anything. Basically, I was just like, yes, here are the brats. Here's the guy with the kraut.
It worked, though.
Danke, bitte, all of that stuff.
Good brats, though.
But really nice. And I would encourage, if you haven't been, a stop to actually hear the woman say, well, yeah, we're right across the street, because Usinger's is right across the street.
I've never actually purchased from that site before.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, you go in there, it's like 1936.
That's cool.
It feels like it hasn't changed since. The old murals all over the wall.
So is that where you get your meat? Like you'll roll in there and grab it?
I have a number of, I avail myself of a great number of our local sausage makers.
Okay.
I've been to the actual plant. I don't think they do this anymore at Clements. That was another spot where you could go in. Now, that's not as dramatic. They didn't have a big old deli counter. That was just like go in there and pick up some stuff.
Right.
But that's one of my favorites because they have the full deli and experience and all the stuff is right there. Cold cuts if you like it.
Next field trip.
Little Braunschweiger if you need it. Well, we could go there today. It's right across the street. Thanks to Hans and Weisgerber and Old German Beer Hall, and congratulations on another Fred Usinger Day.
Tony, that's a Usinger's brat with some of that great tasting crisp kraut and a soft pretzel bun.
Let's do time saver traffic. Debbie's got a look at the roads.
We've got southbound 43 backing up from before Capitol Drive down to about Locust. The northbound side has an accident off on the right shoulder right about at Keefe. We've also got delays northbound 4394 right around the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. Westbound 94 delays from 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. On the eastbound side, we've got delays heading past from just about Highway 164 all the way past Highway F, where there was an accident on the left shoulder. That is now gone. We do have delays also 84th Street to about Hawley Road and coming out of the Stadium Interchange to 35th Street. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
2026 Brewers tickets are on sale now. This year, it all kicks off at our house with opening day at home, followed up with a schedule that's absolutely loaded. Throw in the same flair for the dramatic thrills on any given night. Plus Brewers giveaways you won't forget. And you've got a season you're going to have to see to believe. Don't miss a second of Brewers action this year. The crew is back for more. All Brewers tickets for the 2026 season are on sale now at Brewers.com.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Car Edge. Are you tired of the car buying process? Well, Car Edge negotiates with multiple dealerships for you, scoring you the best deal while you remain completely anonymous. Check out their glowing reviews. One customer emphasized how quickly their Car Edge concierge found the exact car they wanted for the lowest price, only it was out of state. Car Edge even took care of shipping the vehicle, and it arrived within a few days in perfect condition with a full tank of gas. For a limited time, WTMJ fans get 20% off their services. Call 414-667-7413 or visit caredge.com/WTMJ.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
When it's 40 degrees in your living room and you've started using the toaster as a hand warmer.
And the dog is wearing more layers than a lasagna.
And you're using a blowtorch to defrost your Cheerios.
And you're considering burning the coffee table for warmth.
Then it's officially time to call Capital. We offer same-day heating repair service 7 days a week.
And for a limited time, all our heating service calls are free when we make the repair.
Just call Capital. We'll banish the brrr.
Call CapitalCares.com.
.844 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Brewers back at it in spring training today. And Brandon Woodruff threw semi-live baseballs. I guess how would we say that? He threw simulated BP? Is that right?
Live BP.
Let's get it from the source. Live to Arizona, and host of Brewers Extra Innings, Dom Catronio, is with us this morning. Hey, Dom. He said. Dom, you got us now?
Hey, guys.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, hello. Thanks for calling. Sorry about that. Hitting all the right buttons over here. So Dom's live in spring training this morning. We were just talking about Brandon Woodruff. What exactly did he do yesterday? Did he throw live BP or a simulated session? Or either way, it was good.
Yeah, it was step one for Brandon Woodruff. So, we can get lost in the vernacular of baseball terms, especially this time of year. Live ABs, live at-bats just means, hey, he's going to hit a pitch count, and we want hitters in there to, do, like it's a real count. And there's the pitch clock, and they have the ABS firing up, and they have all that fun stuff going on. Then you'll have, live BP, where it's, again, sort of similar, but maybe not working counts. And then finally, you have simulated game, where maybe he's simulating, he throws an inning, he goes and sits down, waits, 5 to 6 minutes, and gets back up and throws another inning. So that's hopefully that simulated game, the next step for Brandon Woodruff.
It doesn't really matter, but I know it's a big thing everyone likes to talk about. Who is our opening day starter?
It was supposed to be Brandon Woodruff, I think, and the Brewers are not committing to who that is going to be at this point for obvious reasons. It's February 24th, right? There's no rush to announce it. But at the same time, they have probably multiple contingency plans of if Woody's not available for that opening day start, who would be next? Could it be Miz? Could it be Priester? That's something to be figured out, because the whole reason spring training is this long is to make sure your starting pitchers are ready for opening day.
So to Woody's point, and you had some interesting conversations with him about it in terms of his health and coming off the injury, Dom. I think Woody's right. Look, I'd rather have him in Game 5 of the NLDS than I would on opening day if it's an either-or.
Exactly, and he said so as such in the wrap I sent you guys. So the point being, for Woody, I think that I made this take on my show last night on Brewers All Access, where it's just that, hey, we talked about the Dodgers being able to stockpile arms and that they got to coast the regular season. Now, I'm not saying the Brewers are going to coast because they're in a very competitive division. But if you can, less of a word, for a better word to say, be able to kind of survive, meaning they have 12 capable big league pitchers that are able to be starters. And if you can survive to say, well, let's make sure Brandon Woodruff's ready to go at the end, kind of like how the Dodgers made sure Blake Snell was ready to go at the end and Roki Sasaki was able to go at the end. That's what it's really hoping for, because the Brewers expect, like they always do, to be in the playoffs.
Speaking of pitchers, Dom Catronio joining us live from Arizona. What's the deal with Trevor McGill? I mean, is it possible he's not a Brewer on opening day himself?
I'd be shocked at this point. I mean, in fact, he was the one throwing with Brandon Woodruff yesterday in this live AB session. So he threw. He was fine. It was no big deal. I saw him hit 98 miles an hour, and for February, that's well ahead of schedule. So that's great news for him. There's always going to be rumors around Brewers. You know, it doesn't matter what time of year, right? It's kind of amazing. But that would be kind of going a little too accelerated, in my opinion, of how the Brewers tend to trade their relief arms. He's still got this season and next season of team control. Generally, when we see these trades happen, it happens, you know, in the off season. But granted, Josh Hader was traded in the middle of the year and obviously kind of tanked that 2022 season, but it then eventually flipped into William Contreras. But I would be absolutely shocked if Trevor McGill gets traded before opening day.
Who's hitting right now in spring training, Dom? Was it Brandon Lockridge went yard again the other day?
Yeah, Lockridge yard again yesterday. He went yard for Saturday's game as well. You know, I talked about this yesterday too. It's like there aren't many position battles on the Brewers, you know, this spring training that's like, oh, who's going to play where? It's like there's a sneaky, like, monitoring the fourth outfielder spot, because also one thing I'm going to talk to Pat Murphy about today, where's Garrett Mitchell? Garrett hasn't played in the game yet, so want to make sure he's healthy, make sure he's okay. Blake Perkins has been playing. But then it's like this fourth outfielder spot between Blake Perkins, Garrett Mitchell, and now Brandon Lockridge or Akil Baddoo. Like, who could that be? And we always get enamored with spring training results. If you guys just want to have a funny exercise, go back and look at last spring training hitting results. Like, who were the best hitters on the Brewers last spring training? And you will laugh out loud.
Who was that one guy who didn't even make the team?
Vinny Capra.
Yes. Yes.
Oliver Dunn.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Well, speaking of results, I mean, I'm not really. Again, I know it doesn't matter, but I would like to win one of these here just this week if we can get a.
Dom, Vince is all hung up on the Brewers not winning a game yet.
Would you be hung up if the Packers didn't start Jordan Love in 3 preseason games and they're 0-3? It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Nor would I be predicting a World Series run if we were 4-0 in Cactus League ball at this point. But I don't know. Okay, we always say it doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Does it matter even a little bit? Like, do the guys even look at the final score, or is this like, you know, U5 YMCA ball?
It doesn't matter at all. I literally, like, I'm making a joke.
Zero.
I'm making a joke this year of, like, I am going to make it a personal goal of mine all spring training long to not tweet the final score of any spring training game, because literally nobody cares. And furthermore, like, look at yesterday's game, right? You had big leaguers for the first 5 innings, and then you had the kids for the last 4 innings. And, you know, with all due respect to the kid that gave it up, he gave up 5 runs in the 7th or 8th inning, whatever it was. He hadn't played above high A ball, okay? So it's just like, we don't need to overreact to wins and losses, because that's how the second half of these spring training games in the early part of the season are looking. And they'll look like that a little bit in March, given the World Baseball Classic about to start up.
Dom Catronio live with us this morning. We'll check in with you again tomorrow from spring training. Thanks, Dom.
All right, see you guys.
I mean, I'll entertain a motion if you want to never say the score of a spring training game again on this here program.
I don't know. I like saying the score.
I mean, you still need. Yeah. They still put it on the scoreboard.
They lost last night or yesterday, 7-5. So there. There you go.
I mean, I would.
Andrew Vaughn homered. There you go.
I don't have.
That's more interesting.
So we're just going to close discussion without a motion. Does that work for you, Debbie?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so no actionable motion. We'll just leave it as is. Status quo.
Right. Okay. All right, eastbound 94, we've got backups from before 84th Street all the way to about Hawley Road. On the westbound side, just tightening up through the stadium interchange past Mitchell Boulevard. Northbound 4394, still slow from the Plainfield curve up to Oklahoma Avenue. And southbound 43, we got backups from Capitol Drive down to Locust. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
We see you out there coming up with original ideas, which is why you shop at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. because you know that when inspiration stirs, we'll have what you need at prices that help make it happen. During our big pet care event, save $3 on assorted Blaine's brand pet food. Rewards members save an extra $2. 25% off all dog and cat toys. Plus, get a free $15 Blaine's gift card when you buy a Seresto flea and tick collar for cats or dogs. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
WTMJ throwing strikes for a cause and would love to have you with us. We are Bowling for Babies. It's presented by Gruber Law Offices, and our event is coming up Saturday, March 7th at Village Bowl in Menominee Falls. We're raising money for Milwaukee Diaper Mission, but we're going to have a blast doing it. You can put together a team of 4 and hit the lanes with us. Registration is only $170 per team, so split it up amongst your team and get in. Text the word BABY to the WTMJ talk and text line, 855-616-1620 to sign up. I will see you there, Bowling for Babies, helping families in need.
Anybody out there like political ads? I already know your answer, and it's because a lot of them are bad. Phony dialogue with the sound effects of a diner in the background, dramatic voiceovers with scary music that changes into happy, hopeful music when the candidate being pushed is described. Whatever happened to an honest pitch from a candidate that doesn't sound like they're reading, but rather expressing their genuine passion to bring about change? Use us and we'll drive that home, and voters will believe you. Anderson-Smith.com. We will help you win in the next election.
Making a big advertising budget work? To us, that's easy. We feel that our ability to make small advertising budgets work in a big way truly demonstrates we really do know what we're doing. And that's why we should talk. We'll take your advertising budget, put it to work, and if history tells us anything, it will be the best investment in your business that you've ever made. Go to Anderson-Smith.com, email me, and I'll call you in short order. Because small or big budget, we help advertisers get better results.
Are you hosting an event, launching something new, wanting to get the word out about your part of the state? Be a featured guest on the WTMJ Experience Wisconsin show. Share your story, promote your event or business, and connect with fans all across the state. I'm John Merkier. I'd love to interview you. We reach listeners from Milwaukee to Madison, Green Bay to La Crosse, everywhere in between. It's Experience Wisconsin. Ready to shine a spotlight on your business or company? Email me, john@WTMJ.com for more information. john@WTMJ.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Big day today in downtown Milwaukee. It'll be a who's who, and it involves our very own Wisconsin's Morning News.
Happening today.
Vince Vitrano. So UPAF is kicking off its big fundraising event of the year. United Performing Arts Fund. It holds a huge community campaign, supports art organizations like the ballet, the rep, the symphony, et cetera, et cetera. I know I'm missing a few there. Vince is the co-chair of the UPAF event, so they're having a program here at the Bradley Symphony Center late this afternoon into the evening.
Everyone invited. You can come.
Yeah? Okay. So, like, is there, like, music and stuff?
I've been to the launch. It's called the launch event, right? Because the community campaign actually occurs over several months. It culminates in UPAF Ride for the Arts, presented by Miller Lite, which is at the end of May. So over the next several months, we go out to corporate Southeast Wisconsin and individual donors and try to raise the money. So we kick it off tonight. There will be performances.
Oh, so they have, like, someone singing and whatever?
Yes, I am not. I honestly am not privy to all the performances.
I have caught wind of some of it. Here's a little taste. No,
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, you gotta be bold to start, right? Would that get everyone's attention if this is what they started with?
It would.
No, that's not it.
I don't know if you've talked to anyone. I haven't. I just saw Emery from UPAF. They're in the same building as we
Something
are.
like this? I mean, get everyone fired up.
That would be nice. I like that one.
Okay. All right, so that could be what they use to just like to get the juices flowing.
Okay.
All right.
Are you just going to come and make fun of me tonight, or what is happening? I have to make a speech.
Oh, excellent. Well, that's good. Congratulations. So
that's a performance.
So you have to speak. Cecilia, I'm assuming will say something, right? Cecilia Gore.
She of Brewers Community Foundation is actually in Arizona, so I think we'll either link to her live via video or she has sent a video.
Okay, cool.
I think she throws batting practice for the team, which is why she had to be in Arizona this week and couldn't be here with us. But no, so she is my co-chair, so she'll have something to say. Anne Marie, who's the president and CEO of United Performing Arts Fund, various arts groups will, in all seriousness, make the case.
Right.
And we call it the annual campaign because every year it's not just assumed or understood that folks who have donated in the past and contributed to the arts community just, hey, send in your check. Like we will make the case again tonight. We do so every year. So thank you. Hope to see a lot of you there.
Good luck. Congratulations in advance as the kickoff begins.
upaf.org if you would like to attend. It's at 5 o'clock tonight at the Bradley Symphony Center here downtown. upaf.org. WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets, something that can positively affect your mood, getting organized and clearing out the clutter. A well-rounded closet could be the most powerful room in your home. Inspired Closets can transform your closets or laundry room, your pantry, any space in your house. What separates Inspired Closets from the others? Their 3D design software and a culture that promises to build what you want and need. Call my friends Katie and Dan today, a wife-husband team ready to help. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Your European experts at Fox World Travel are ramping up and busy as ever. When you want to see more of Europe, Princess Cruises delivers. With Princess Cruises and Fox World Travel, explore iconic Mediterranean ports by day, then relax in classic comfort by night. From immersive shore excursions to destination-inspired dining, every moment is designed to feel effortless. Ready to set sail on your Mediterranean adventure? Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book your European getaway.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been Milwaukee's one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
If you can't handle the heat, don't worry. That's not a problem here.
Thomas once more turns the corner and hits another one with a foul. Cam Thomas is on some kind of heater now.
The Bucks take on the Miami Heat at Fiserv Forum. Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, 620 WTMJ Milwaukee.
Just after 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Tuesday, February 24th. Our top story, a new plea from the Guthrie family.
I'm Erik. Bilstad digging out back east.
Storm team forecast, high of 38 degrees today. For us, a chance of some snow this evening. Should be on the lighter variety. Partly cloudy and a low of 20 tonight. Back up to 30 degrees for our high Wednesday. Right now at 26. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, still no sign of Nancy Guthrie, mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. But this morning, new information and a new video. Law enforcement in Arizona, as well as the FBI, have been chasing down leads that so far have led nowhere. Today on social media, Savannah Guthrie saying the family is prepared to increase the reward for anyone who comes forward with information that leads to the return of Nancy Guthrie.
We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery.
Meanwhile, possible new developments in the search. Police believe a new doorbell image may not be from the night she was taken. They think, actually, it's the same person who did take Nancy Guthrie. The suspect had been there before.
Thousands of flights canceled, hundreds of thousands without power. East Coast residents cleaning out after a massive winter storm hit that region with blizzard-like conditions, dumping up to 3 feet of snow in some cities.
A lot more than what we expected, for sure. I was expecting maybe 10 to 12 inches, but I think we exceed that.
No, you did. Nearly 40 inches fell in Providence, Rhode Island alone.
Americans vacationing at some destinations in Mexico still trying to get out of the country. It was a military operation that took out the leader of one of Mexico's most notorious drug cartels, and then a number of cartels revolted, setting streets on fire. Some Wisconsinites, like Fox World Travel's Rose Gray, are there hoping to return later today.
But right now, we checked in at 2 o'clock, 24 hours prior to our flight, and everything is looking like it may happen. So I called our transportation company. I have that all arranged, and so we're going to move forward as if it's happening.
Rose did check in with Greg Pancake Hill, producer of the program, this morning, so they still are on track and hopeful they will get out this afternoon. U.S. State Department is still advising some Americans to continue sheltering in place.
In Madison, 2 state Republicans want to re-implement the death penalty for those convicted of first-degree sexual assault of a child.
Wisconsin abolished capital punishment more than 170 years ago, following a botched public execution in 1851. Now, State Senator Chris Kapenga and Representative Elijah Benke are working to reintroduce the death penalty as a punishment option alongside life in prison in cases involving sexual abuse of children under 13. DNA evidence would have to tie the convicted person to the crime. The measure is unlikely to advance this session after the Assembly concluded business Friday. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Law enforcement reporting they've arrested a 12-year-old girl who was planning a mass shooting at her school near Orlando.
Investigators say a fellow student discovered the girl's plan online.
This was a well-thought-out plan.
Volusia County, Florida Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
It talks about where to hide in a ditch. It talks about how to bring the guns into the school. It talks about who to target.
In all, Chitwood says there were 13 steps on how she planned to carry out her plot at her middle school in DeLand, shooting herself when she was done. The plan also identifies students she said had been bullying her. The girl faces several charges, including written threats to kill. Peter King, CBS News, Orlando.
President Trump is preparing to go to Capitol Hill tonight to deliver his State of the Union address.
You're going to hear a speech that is a celebration of 250 years of our nation and our nation's independence. You're going to hear the president share the stories of everyday Americans who have benefited from his policies.
That's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt there. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger will deliver the Democratic response.
A trio of UW-Milwaukee alums took home a bronze medal from these Olympic Games for their artwork.
Their artistic medium is snow. Mike Martino, Mike Sponholtz, and Tom Queff have spent 40 years carving sculptures together and travel across the world to compete. Just before this year's Olympic Games kicked off, they traveled to San Candido, Italy for the Olympic Art Festival's International Snow Sculpture Competition. Their winning piece, titled Zenith, depicts 3 figures holding an Olympic torch and a laurel wreath. The trio also won bronze in the 1998 Winter Olympics Art Festival in Japan. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
The WTMJ NX Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow is up nearly 0.5%, up 211. The NASDAQ up 61, and the S&P up 4.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Before you go looking for an area rug that you'll have to settle for because you think that the one you really want will be out of your budget, come to Design Exchange, where you'll find a formidable selection of Oriental, Persian, and other wool area rug choices at 25 to 70% off retail. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
If you're trying to find really good, high-end, distinctive furniture, the kind they just don't make anymore, then come to Design Exchange. But you better get here quickly, because the best furniture we take in on consignment doesn't usually last long. It may be vintage. It may have once been out of your range, but now you'll find it's priced right. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value.
Design Exchange.
Hey everybody, it's WTMJ's Debbie Loziga for Access Legal. I see firsthand how hard Wisconsin workers push themselves. From the construction crews on the roads I monitor every day to the countless jobs that strain the body over time. For many, that wear and tear turns into real pain. My friends at Access Legal understand what you're going through and they want to help. Their team has recovered more than $35 million for Wisconsin workers and will fight for the benefits you're entitled to as well. Worn down by work? Contact Access Legal for a risk-free consultation. That's AXIS Legal.
Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Celebrate a birthday, anniversary, or retirement this week with a free dinner at the historic Fox & Hounds restaurant near Holy Hill. Buy one dinner, get one free, 7 nights a week. Google Fox & Hounds restaurant and enjoy your free dinner.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all. Sports Desk. Spring training baseball. Brewers have the A's today. That's a 2:05 first pitch. Got off to a good start against the Padres.
High fly ball, deep left. This ball is crushed way out of here. Over the head of Laureano and above the bullpen. And off the top of the patio out in left field. It's a 2-run shot for Andrew Vaughn, and the Brewers take a 2-0 lead.
I love spring training. That's a home run ball and just scattered applause. Yeah, that's cool. That's good to see. Anyway, the Brewers ended up losing the game 7-5. Bucks take the floor again tonight. We've got the Miami Heat in town for a 7 p.m. tip at Fiserv Forum. Our coverage here on WTMJ at 6:30. Men's college basketball, you can hear the game on ESPN Milwaukee. Marquette has yet to win a game on the road this season. They have a chance tonight against Georgetown.
WTMJ time, saver traffic. A little bit of road work being done on 43 northbound north of the Mitchell, so you're going to see some slowdowns in that stretch before you get to the Marquette. Just doing some lane closures as they do a little road work there. Also some slowdowns, but nothing too bad near the construction by the stadium. Otherwise, you're looking good.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Chance this evening of some snow with a high of 38 degrees today, low of 20 overnight. Wednesday's high 30 degrees, skies mostly sunny. For Thursday, mostly cloudy, high of 36. Friday, we pop a nice one, mostly sunny with a high of 52 degrees and then back down to a high of just 35 on Saturday. Right now at 22.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
Ten minutes after 9 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tonight at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, the State of the Union address.
Mr. Speaker!
Mr. Speaker!
Mr. Speaker! The President of the United States!
I swear that's your favorite part.
It is. Right? Everybody stands, everybody's happy in that moment. President Trump's first such address of this second term. Now, remember the first one, they don't call it the State of the Union. It is an address to a joint session of Congress. The President hosts a State of the Union luncheon at the Blue Room at the White House this afternoon and speaks at 8 o'clock our time. We are joined live now by CBS News White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi. Who gets to go, Olivia? Actually is in the chamber tonight for CBS?
Well, inside the chamber tonight, we do have one of our senior White House correspondents who will be in there. But as always, the really interesting thing is who's going to be the president's guest. And that has been a big question the last few days, especially after the U.S. men's hockey team won gold. The president invited them to come, but there's not really 46 seats for a bunch of hockey players to go sit in the chambers and watch. The gallery is packed because not only do you have the president and his guests, but every member of Congress brings guests as well. And then sometimes their spouses, staff members. It is a very packed night on Capitol Hill. So we don't know exactly who from the U.S. men's hockey team is going to go, but it does seem like there will be some guests there. The president obviously called them after their big win on Sunday morning. And he invited them. So we'll have to see who's going to go. We have some reporting from CBS of who other people will be there, including the parents of Sarah Bergstrom, who was the National Guardswoman who was shot and killed earlier this year in that ambush-style attack in D.C., of last year, Sarah Beckstrom's parents. They will be with the administration in some of their boxes. So we're getting some indications of who will be there, but of course the who's who of who gets invited and who goes is a big topic tonight.
If I were going to coordinate for the president, bringing the U.S. hockey team, they don't have to sit in there for the speech. They don't want to hear that anyway, right? So just have them off to the side, then have them all. They should wear their skates with the skate guards.
They'll just have a pair of them. They'll just have two of them there with their gold medals.
No, you bring them all in and play. Play
I think it'll end up probably just being the brothers.
Yeah, right. The Hughes
Wins.
brothers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's one way to do it. I like my way better.
Hey, do we have any idea on the substance of the speech yet?
We know one thing. It's going to be long. The president said as much. He really relishes in this time that he gets to speak to Congress, but also have primetime addresses. He really enjoys doing that. It's primetime TV. He's a man who likes TV. He watches a lot of TV. So we know it's going to be long. Some indications are coming through of things he's going to talk about. We know he's going to tout immigration, sealing the border, record levels of deportations and people self-deporting. And as a result of that, he'll probably talk about lowering housing prices, lowering rent prices as a result of dealing with immigration here in the U.S. We know he'll talk about that. The economy is going to be interesting because he's going to tout some of these really positive economic numbers that they've seen recently in the jobs report, in the GDP. But of course, there's still that uneasiness that Americans are feeling about the economy. But this White House, they'll talk about the lowering gas prices that they've seen. They'll talk about lowering rents across the U.S. As part of an effort to really hone the message in on affordability. And you'll remember, it's a midterm year, right? So this is as much for the president as it is for the Republicans in Congress of giving them bullet points and things that they can say to then take back to their districts and say, here, look, this is what the president has achieved. Here's what we've done, but please vote for us again.
CBS White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi is live with us from Washington this morning. I'm also interested to see, because traditionally the entire United States Supreme Court, all the justices come and they are seated pretty close to the front. And I'm interested if the president calls them out for the recent decision on tariffs, if he calls any of them out by name, what that moment is like as he's face-to-face with the high court.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's certainly something to watch tonight. He's pretty furious with the Supreme Court and how they ruled on his tariff agenda from last week. If you'll remember, they basically said he cannot issue tariffs on any country through IEEPA, which is the International Emergency Powers Act that he was using to wage his economic and global tariff campaign. So he's been very complimentary of Brett Kavanaugh, who sided with him, and the other two justices, Alito and Thomas, who sided with the president on the dissent. But two of his previous Supreme Court picks, Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett, sided with the liberals in this case. So did John Roberts, who's the Chief Justice of the court. So, yeah, I would expect him to maybe give them some pointed remarks about how unhappy he is with them. That would not surprise me there if he were to say that. Of course, they've ruled with him on other issues, but this one in particular was just they said that the president doesn't have that ability, that the power to tax and a tariff is a tax is actually Congress's ability. So you could see some interesting anger between the different branches of government tonight over this joint address.
There could actually be some extra seats available now. We do know that there are some Democrats, a decent-sized contingent of congressmen and women that will not be attending. They'll be boycotting the speech tonight.
Yeah, there's always a protest every year of some sort. If you'll remember, I believe it was 2 years ago when Marjorie Taylor Greene interrupted on the House floor and called President Biden a liar. Last year, we saw a walkout of Democrats. We've also, in Trump won, remember when then Speaker Pelosi, ripped up the speech on the days behind him. So it's always a night for the dramatics. It's always a night for the flair of protest. which, of course, the House floor of Congress is not. It's not unusual to see that. It's historical even to have loud conflict and protests on the House floor. So we'll have to see what it is tonight. But, yeah, we're told a lot of Democrats just won't show up. So it might be empty on that side of the chamber.
Speaking of dramatics, and not to try to tie something very serious to dramatics, but you just never know anymore with the situation in Iran continuing to move forward. You almost wonder if anything, you would imagine it would be addressed tonight in some fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting line that they have to walk, right? Because, the president said that those strikes back in June were so successful that they knocked out Iran's nuclear capability. Well, no, and we're finding out that no, it didn't, because they are starting to regroup some of their nuclear capabilities and trying to rebuild that program. And so that's part of the reason why we're seeing this massive buildup of the military in the Middle East and in Iran. We know that Secretary Rubio is also going to be up on Capitol Hill earlier today before the speech. And part of the thinking is that he might be briefing the Gang of Eight on what they're thinking in Iran, because we've amassed this huge armada out there of military forces. And that's really expensive to have them out there in a posture that would be ready to strike and hold them there for days, weeks, months on end. You really only move the chess pieces like that when you're ready to make a significant movement. We know that there are negotiations ongoing. I believe later this week, either Wednesday or Thursday, Steve Witkoff, Special Envoy, and Jared Kushner are going to meet again with the Iranians. But, this is all coming at a point where it's kind of put up or shut up. Like, you got all these people, you got all the chess pieces in hand, and you've got these negotiations happening and these briefings happening. It all looks to point like this could happen, but I don't want to say that it's going to, because who knows?
Well, it's a shame you got to work tonight, because Marquette from here in Milwaukee is playing Georgetown tonight.
Yeah.
Eric and I could have set you up or whatever, but obviously you have to work, so yeah.
Yeah, I do have to work. It's one of those really late nights tonight. It's going to be because we have the rebuttal too. Don't forget, the Democrats get to have their rebuttal. And Governor Spanberger, Virginia, newly elected, is going to be delivering it. So very interesting.
Big stage for the governor tonight. 9:19. Thanks, Olivia.
Thank you, guys.
On Wisconsin's Morning News. Yeah, that's a big and. Not that
Sorry, I can't work tonight. I'm watching the Marquette Georgetown game. Can't do that if you're a correspondent.
I already asked off. Right. No, I already asked off. I didn't know it was going to be on this day. You said you gave me the vacation day. Yeah, but it's the State of the Union. You're the White House reporter.
Well,
I asked.
What do you want me to do with these tickets?
What do you expect me to do with these tickets? It's not like it's going to be a hot ticket. 9:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, Wisconsin anglers. This Saturday, head to MW Marine for a free fishing seminar. No reservation needed. Meet Warren Zarin from the Mercury Lund Pro Team and learn West Coast bass techniques that flat out work in Wisconsin. Pick up tips you can use right away. And while you're there, check out the boats and get ready for your best season yet. This Saturday at MW Marine. Free, fun, and you're invited.
Greg Matzik here, and I gotta hand it to Matrix Basement Finishing. They did it. They knocked our basement project out of the park, had it done before Christmas Eve, and now our lower level, which we used to call downstairs, is where our family connects. Memories being made thanks to Matrix Basement Finishing. Get the space you've always wanted with Matrix Basement Finishing. They only do basements. Book your transformation today. Visit matrixbasements.com/Matzik. Special pricing for you, and pay nothing until 2028 with Matrix Basement Finishing.
How about some help in the kitchen here? Vince Vitrano for my friends Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets Milwaukee. Now, I'm not talking about help actually doing the cooking, but this can make preparing meals, caring for your family, entertaining guests so much easier. Katie makes a great point. She says that you may feel even more stress when you don't have designated spaces or pantry shelving for kitchen appliances, the cookware, the utensils, all your stuff. This sounds like your house? Open up the cabinet, things are falling out. An organized kitchen pantry can change all of that by calming the chaos and keeping all items within reach. Custom design actual solutions that make your home life easier and less stressful. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets, inspiredclosetsmilwaukee.com.
Accunet Mortgage Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wickert with my son David, president of Accunet. David, we're pre-approving a lot of home shoppers this time of year. Why should someone choose Accunet for their pre-approval?
Dad, getting pre-approved with just any lender is like showing up to a first date in sweatpants. Sure, you're there, but are you really ready to impress? Our rock-solid pre-approval is like showing up in your best outfit with reservations already made. We also have an excellent reputation among real estate agents, so having Accunet's name on your pre-approval can make the difference.
What else?
In addition to clearly stating we verified your credit, income, and down payment, we'll also run the specific home you're looking to buy through our underwriting software to see if we can approve your loan without an appraisal, which sellers and their agents absolutely love. Bottom line, we do everything possible to help you win.
Thanks, David. Don't settle for anything less. Get started with your rock-solid pre-approval by clicking on the blue button today at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
9:23 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Couple of things happening on the recent debate over the future of the Miller High Life Theater and the UWM Panther Arena, formerly the Milwaukee Auditorium and the Arena.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
We should say more accurately happening on Wisconsin's afternoon news. Well, there's a happening right now, and then there's this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
More on what John Mercure and Julia Fellow have planned today in a moment. First this, and briefly, because I do not think this is a big deal. Milwaukee Common Council Zoning, Neighborhoods, and Development Committee meeting right now. Among the items on their agenda, a proposed ordinance. The file is called an ordinance relating to the requirements for the demolition of historic buildings. So it's a sexy title, but I don't think there's much to it. You and I both read the document. And let me do this quickly on background in case you're catching up here. A recently commissioned study suggested that the Wisconsin Center District invest in a convention center hotel. What's that? 650 plus rooms, would be immediately adjacent and ideally connected to the Baird Center directly, and that among the best locations for said hotel would be where the current theater and arena sit, meaning tearing one of them down and replacing them with the hotel. So this is an ongoing conversation. We've had this for several months now. In a preemptive strike, Alderman Bob Bauman of the Milwaukee Common Council successfully led an effort to declare those buildings historic. Alderman Bauman has thrown a wet blanket on this idea from the get-go.
The rendering shows skywalk, which will never be built across Kilbourne. Just so your future planning, that will not happen.
That won't happen. This won't happen. I'm going to block this, that, or the other. So already, the Historic Preservation Commission would have to approve now any demolition plans for those buildings. And the Milwaukee Common Council would have veto power on that effort on appeal. So this new ordinance today, it just reads to me like another hoop. That
throwing another roll of red tape,
yes,
into the mix.
Another entire roll of red tape. You would, if you want to tear these down before you do that, or any historic building, you would have to do this, that, or the other thing. But I feel like the safeguards are already firmly in place anyway, so I don't know that this legislative action is anything that significant.
Okay, all right.
Now, I mentioned Wisconsin's Afternoon News. They are going to have the first public comments this afternoon from the president and CEO of the Wisconsin Center District, Marty Brooks, since those allegations of an inappropriate encounter with the president of the Milwaukee Common Council, Jose Perez.
The fact that you're acting that way and you want me to tell you that you pinched my butt?
Oh, come on. I did not do that.
You did too.
That is bullshit. No, sir, I did not do that.
So John and Julie are going to go in-depth on the whole debate over the Convention Center Hotel, the theater, the arena, the Baird Center. The chairman of the Wisconsin Center District Board, Jim Cantor, president and CEO of Visit Milwaukee, Peggy Williams-Smith, Gary Witt, who's president and CEO of the Pabst Theater Group. Pabst Theater Group books acts for the Miller High Life Theater.
Yep.
Guess which way you want they want this to turn out, right? They would like to keep doing that. They will all be on record today on the show, as will Marty Brooks, from whom, at this point now, I am far more interested in hearing about the future of these buildings and where the district goes from here than I am about the more sensational headlines of recent past.
Gotta ask, though.
And he will be asked, and he should answer to those things and have some sort of public comment on it since all of this has come out. I agree with that. But then what's done is done. No charges were filed. It's largely the end of that investigation, unless Wisconsin Center District is going to do its own thing or look into it further. But I can move on from that here.
I would also like to ask him how he feels about his future as chair. Just is he getting the feeling of people trying to push him out? Is that an active thing that's taking place, and how he feels about that?
And I would wonder about that regardless of the concerns raised by Jose Perez. You
don't get the impression a lot of people like him.
Right. And or like what he did.
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry. That's a better way of saying it.
Yeah. So like if you have members of your board of directors who are completely against any idea that the Milwaukee Theater or the High Life Theater or the Milwaukee Arena would be torn down, yet you commissioned this study and it showed, as they predicted, what you wanted to, like if you're not in lockstep with your board or doing things that they're not interested in, right, what is the future? I think it's more about that than any of this other stuff.
It's also your job. Like that, he's doing his job, right?
I agree with that. And look, he came in, he got the Barrett Center built. How old were any of you when we first started talking about we needed to expand the convention center? Figure out how old you were when we first built the convention center. That's when we started talking about expanding the convention center. The day that place opened, well, we need to expand it. So all of that time, he was the one who got it done. So I agree. A lot of things have happened under him and his leadership. So all of that playing out this afternoon on Wisconsin's Afternoon News. They're going to go in depth starting at 3 p.m. Also today, firefighters?
Yes.
Or the vote on the
So should I go ahead and fire? Okay.
Happening today.
So we've told you about Wauwatosa and West Dallas have been considering a merger now. It's a better part of at least 6 months that this has been out there, where they've been considering merging their fire departments. Well, the Wauwatosa Common Council will vote tonight on whether to go through with that merger. And this isn't unprecedented. We've seen this in other areas, including in Milwaukee County. It's not unheard of, and it is a way to remain sustainable, to save money, and also continue to offer correct services.
I feel like West Dallas was already on the front of this, having approved it.
Mm-hmm. And also, we were discussing too, like, okay, well, what's the setup? Mergers can be messy sometimes, depending on how big one is compared to the other and who's the leader and all that. We do know that the Tosa fire chief is retiring. Whether that plays a role in moving forward, if that causes more strife or not, we'll see. But there are going to be some changes to leadership anyway. Still questions here. I was trying to go through the agenda. I have it right here, trying to figure out
20 pages.
Yeah, and this is just the intergovernmental agreement.
Okay.
I wanted to figure out.
But they spent months studying that and crossing the T's and dotting the I's.
I have yet to see, and I don't see
Why
it in
are you
here,
so interested?
the name of the fire department.
I'm telling you, you're going to be disappointed.
We know it's going to have a name. Can't be Wauwatosa West Dallas. Can't be West Dallas Wauwatosa. It's got to be Wauwatosa or some other name.
Someone texted in they want Alatosa. Or suggested as much anyway.
Yeah, right.
I have a West Wawa.
West
as a
Wawa.
suggested.
Joining us now, the West Wawa Fire Department chief.
Chief of the West Wawa Fire Department? No, that doesn't have the ring.
The
they're
Wawa
looking
has
for.
to go first. If you're going to keep it, you got to use that first.
So you like Wawa Dallas?
Yes.
I'm telling you, you're going to be disappointed. It's going to be Suburban Fire or West Suburban Fire. That's all it's going to be. 100%. Mark it down.
Don't know if that'll be decided tonight, but
2/24/26. Vinny told you it was going to be Suburban Fire. Boring. You had a chance to do something really amazing.
We'll find out.
9:31 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
So many emails coming in. This trip will sell out. Vince Vitrano here. Vinny's European vacation. Would love to have you join us in October. Traveling to southern Italy and Sicily with WTMJ and Colette Vacations. Our tour begins in Palermo, Sicily. Happens to be where my dad's family is from. He's coming on the trip as well. Agrigento, Sorrento, Amalfi Coast, Positano, Pompeii, and we end in Rome. Nothing you need to do except sign up and show up, as my team at Colette has thought of and taken care of everything. I'll send you a brochure with a breakdown of each day on the trip, all the sites, sign-up information, and even your all-in cost and options. Email me, vince@WTMJ.com. That's vince@WTMJ.com. We've got a special get-together here at the station coming up as well. You can meet me, talk with all the folks at Colette. That's coming up on March 24th. Let me show you the world. Come away with me. Tickets at WTMJ.com, Southern Italy and Sicily this fall.
This is former Wisconsin Attorney General J.B. Van Hollen with a message for my fellow conservatives about online sports betting. Online sports betting is fun. It protects kids against illegal gambling websites, and it generates billions in tax revenue. But today, Madison politicians are considering a secret deal that could give exclusive control of sports betting to one Indian tribe. One Indian tribe making the majority of all the revenue? Our Constitution requires a vote of the people on expanded sports betting, but Madison insiders want secrecy. What's worse, their plan could leave Governor Evers the sole power to negotiate with the tribes. Madison politicians want to bypass our state constitution, and it could mean less accountability with control concentrated with one Indian tribe. Tell Madison, no secret deal on online sports betting. Paid for by Sports Betting Alliance.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Start your Milwaukee weight loss program now to lose weight fast. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. Call for your free weight loss consultation, 262-449-1180. That's 262-449-1180 or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Abby Home. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. At 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact NX Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at nxwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President Trump said there's a lot to talk about in his State of the Union address tonight. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters the focus is going to be on the economic state of the country, but that
you will hear him talk about the threats that remain abroad, but what the United States is doing to ensure that not only America is the safest country in the world, but remains the strongest country in the world.
today marks 4 years since Russia invaded Ukraine. Savannah Guthrie acknowledged it might be too late for her mother to be found alive, but said in a new video the family's still hoping for a miracle, announcing a $1 million reward for Nancy Guthrie's recovery. She's been missing since February 1st.
Someone out there knows something that can bring her home. Somebody knows. And we are begging you to please come forward now.
Cleanup in the Northeast continues after Monday's storm. There's still 250,000 power outages in Massachusetts. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:35.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, nearly a dozen companies in Wisconsin, including Kohl's and Milwaukee Tool, are suing the Trump administration. They're looking for tariff refunds. Most of the companies filed lawsuits just ahead of the Supreme Court's decision last week, striking down many of the president's tariffs. Milwaukee Journal Sentinel reporting company leaders cite financial burdens and business uncertainty caused by the tariffs. The lawsuit does not specify the amount of refunds each company is seeking.
Manufacturers in Wisconsin are trying to navigate the ongoing tariff landscape. The National Association of Manufacturers President and CEO Jay Timmons joined us earlier on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Heard a lot of stories from small manufacturers that they simply can't make ends meet and they have to close their doors. And that's very unfortunate. And I don't think that's what the president's goal is. I think he wants to expand manufacturing in the United States, and we certainly do too. And the way to do that is reducing costs and a stable environment economically.
There are more than 460,000 manufacturing jobs in the state.
Green Bay Packers with a stiff warning to season ticket holders.
Those who purchase their tickets with the sole intent of reselling them should not be Packers season ticket holders. The team says those who repeatedly resell their season tickets, whether on the secondary market or through ticket brokers, may lose their renewal privileges. The Packers front office is once again conducting a non-renewal exercise. The goal is to ensure season tickets are being used as intended. More than 150,000 fans are on the Packers season ticket waiting list. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
She grew up in Wauwatosa, and she got a chance to ring the opening bell on Wall Street.
Smiling from the balcony of the New York Stock Exchange and pumping her fist into the air, Megan Tinnell opened the market. Tanel is the CEO of the Association of Equipment Manufacturers, based right here in Bruce City.
So we represent the members who make the equipment that helps to build, feed, and power the world. And I don't mean to sound cheesy. It's the honest-to-God truth.
Tanel actually witnessed some of that equipment at work on Wall Street as New York City deals with its biggest snowstorm in years.
We're seeing our own equipment on the roads here, helping New York to dig out, helping New Jersey to dig out.
Jessica Ty, WTMJ News.
Bet she wished she had rung the bell today. Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Yeah, the Dow was down sharply, as were all the markets in trading on Monday. Today, about an hour off the opening bell, the Dow is up 361 points to 49,165. S&P 500 at 6875. That's up 37 points. And the NASDAQ up 195 to 22,822. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ time saver traffic. Only real issues right now are 43 northbound, just north of the Mitchell. Got road work being done, so you're losing a lane heading northbound on 43 as you head toward Oklahoma Avenue and that stretch there. So a little bit slower because of that. Meanwhile, 94, of course, the construction near the stadium. Actually, not too bad at the moment.
WTMJ 5-day forecast. High of 38 degrees today. Chance this evening of a little bit of snow, partly cloudy, and a low of 20. What for Wednesday? A high of 30 degrees under mostly sunny skies. Thursday, mostly cloudy, high 36. Friday, mostly sunny, high of 52 degrees. And on Saturday, dropping back down to a high of 35. Right now at 26.
3 generations ago, it was about doing one thing and doing it right.
Hardwood, tile, carpet, floors that had to last because our name, Adair, was on them. Over time, homeowners asked us to do more. Kitchens, bathrooms, full remodels. And so our name changed to Adair Floors and Remodeling.
But flooring has always been the foundation, literally.
And it's something the next generation already understands.
Hi, I'm Ava. Hi, I'm Quinn. My dad does floors.
From hardwood and luxury vinyl plank to tile and carpet, we handle selection, layout, and professional installation.
And because we also remodel homes, we know how flooring works with everything else. Transitions, finishes, and long-term durability.
When you hire Adair, you're getting experience you can stand on and people who will be here for decades to come.
Call my dad. Bye-bye.
Adair Floors and Remodeling. Built on flooring, trusted for remodels. 3 generations, 1 standard. Call us at 414-761-3660 for your free flooring estimate.
Vince Vitrano for Connect Chiropractic. Got a story for you. Jaden, she was a nurse at a major hospital in town, but also at the time struggling with headaches, low energy, epilepsy. She got help, and she got so much better at Connect Chiropractic. And then you know what else she did? She quit nursing, and she works now at Connect Chiro. Told me, I used to be taking care of people in the hospital. Now I help people stay out of the hospital. And all with no twisting, no cracking, no popping. These docs, their method, they use a special tool to get your spine properly aligned, your nervous system working, and you in better health. Tell them Vinny sent you to Connect Chiropractic in Delafield, Wauwatosa, and Oak Creek. Go connectchiro.com.
We understand it's getting harder for you to find new employees. That's why we recommend using broadcast media to our clients to help find them. And you know what? It works. For years, we've used it, and over we fill job fairs and keep a steady new flow of employees for some pretty important clients. Broadcast advertising works for employee recruitment, but with our market leverage, you'll get a lot more for your money than you'll get on your own. Anderson-Smith.com. We help businesses find new employees.
Anybody out there like political ads? I already know your answer, and it's because a lot of them are bad. Phony dialogue with the sound effects of a diner in the background, dramatic voiceovers with scary music that changes into happy, hopeful music when the candidate being pushed is described. Whatever happened to an honest pitch from a candidate that doesn't sound like they're reading, but rather expressing their genuine passion to bring about change? Use us and we'll drive that home, and voters will believe you. Anderson-Smith.com. We will help you win in the next election.
Development in the Savannah Nancy Guthrie storyline. The investigation continues. Nancy Guthrie now has been missing since February 1st. And we have a new video and we have explanation of video footage from the Ring camera. So what should we do first? You want to do new video first?
Yeah,
or
let's hear from Savannah first.
Okay, so Savannah Guthrie posted a new video this morning on social media like an hour or two ago. And in it, they are now offering money, the Savannah Guthrie family.
We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery.
So $1 million now from the Guthrie family. It's fascinating to me only because, and we talk about this a lot, if you take your heart out of it, right? So take your heart out of it. What you want to do is keep this story in the news. And because by doing so, you are going to perhaps trip a trigger, get someone to see something, get someone to say, you know what, I think I might have, you need to continue to keep it in the news because that way it's still top of mind for folks who might actually know something or find your mom.
I thought it was interesting as well. You might be saying, well, isn't there already a reward? The FBI has a reward, and Hupy and Abraham locally put up a reward. It was north of $100,000 in total reward money. So why this $1 million, and why do you think that might tip the scale? Think about this. If it was somehow related to organized crime, whether that's a cartel out of Mexico or whether it's something else, but some sort of organized crime apparatus. If you're looking for somebody to
$1 million
to dime them out,
yeah,
$10,000 ain't going to do it because you're going to have to change your whole life, right? You're going to have to get away from this organized crime of some kind, right? $1 million, like if you ramp that up so much that it becomes an offer they can't refuse on that end. That may be the thinking there as well.
Also, Guthrie said in her note, they don't even know if Nancy is still around.
We also know that she may be lost. She may already be gone. She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves and is dancing in heaven with her mom and her dad and with her beloved brother Pierce. And with our daddy.
And again, it breaks your heart to see these videos because it's another reminder of just the absolute hell that she is living through right now, all of the Guthrie family. Okay.
I feel like that was the first time that we heard her say
that
out loud or that explicitly, like, well, we get it. She may not be alive anymore.
So the other news that broke Monday and Tuesday was the fact that they believe the masked person that we've all seen on that video now on that door cam may have been on that stoop before.
The suspect was wearing a backpack in the photo on the right and no backpack in the photo on the left. Well, we now have learned through sources the reason is because the photos come from different days. The photo on the right with the backpack, I am told, is from right before Nancy Guthrie, they believe, was kidnapped, so early morning hours of February 1st. The photo on the left is from a previous day, from the same camera, but from a previous day.
News Nation's Brian Enton there. So, yeah, obviously you couldn't see the photo, but you can understand what he was saying, that, okay, there's one with a backpack, one without. Those were not the same day. So now we're learning that information. How does that help the investigation? At this point, don't know, but hopefully it can spark something.
9:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad for Tri-County Contracting. There was a time when I used to sit by my sliding glass door that it comes out from our kitchen out to the patio there. There was a time when I could tell you the temperature outside just by sitting at my kitchen table. Not anymore. Not anymore. We had that replaced thanks to the Tri-County Contracting crews, and now it is beautiful. I don't even notice it. You can just tell, right? When it gets a little bit of a seal, you can just tell that everything is so much more secure, and we're not losing any air, and no heat's coming in, and no coldness is coming in this time of year. So Tri-County Contracting, don't forget, they do windows. We want you to love your home again. It starts by just calling or going to the website, TriCountyContractingWI.com. It is roofing, siding, and windows that'll make you love your home again. TriCountyContractingWI.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
My part-time service in the Army National Guard makes it possible for me to be more for the community I call home. My training helps me at work when I lead by example. My service in the Army National Guard allows me to keep my community and those I care about safe from threats. Learn more about how you too can live and serve part-time close to home by visiting NationalGuard.com.
Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard. Aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
Happening today.
Big school board meeting tonight in Kenosha. Kenosha Unified School Board is going to hear information and consider metal detectors at school. Policy has been being considered, if that makes sense. They've been talking about this for a while now. It implement metal detectors as well as searches when security believes someone may have a weapon. They might do a wand, say like, "Hey, no, let's check this one here." This has long been scheduled, this consideration. It has nothing to do with two recent incidents at Bradford. There's one where a teenager got taken into custody by cops and they found a gun on him, 16-year-old. And then another case where the kid was arrested with ammo because they believed he had a gun, and they found he did not have a gun on campus, but they found ammo and different things. So.
And you're saying that they were going to talk about this metal detector thing long before any of this happened.
Just didn't want to
However,
combine that. Yeah,
makes it timely.
It does make it timely. So this would be used whenever students are around during school or even off hours. So like, say a sporting event or something like this. And it really started because of a safety board that was commissioned back in late 2024. There was like a young kid, a 13-year-old, who brought an airsoft rifle to one of the elementary schools. And because of that, they said, okay, let's talk through a process here and see what we want to do. And there's not a lot of school districts across Wisconsin that have metal detectors. You can count them on one hand. And Kenosha considering that tonight.
It's interesting. There are a lot of logistical reasons to give this idea pause. First of all, there's cost. Secondly, how do you implement it? Third, is it law enforcement officers who are at the front entrance of the building every day? What's the cost associated with that? Or is it just school staff? Are they properly trained? So there are a million reasons that there are logistical headaches and hurdles to cross if you want to do this. Not saying you should, not saying you shouldn't. That's a real conversation.
Costs money. Yep.
But when you hear pushback from students, so often you hear is, well, we don't want to feel like criminals at school. This makes us feel like we're suspects. And I want to be able to go to school and not feel that way. And I understand where they're coming from. On the flip side, I point out a lot of places you go that you're walking through metal detectors today. Too bad. Like it's really too bad.
Any sporting event, really.
Go to anything at Fiserv Forum, you're walking through a metal detector.
AmFam.
Marquette University students who want to sit in the student section to watch their basketball team play, go through a metal detector.
Go to a ball game.
Go to the theater. You're walking through a metal detector. So I feel like we should be pretty desensitized to that as a society at this point. It's nothing personal. It's nothing on you. It's trying to keep you safe. Well, so that argument doesn't hold water.
Some districts have done the clear backpacks as well.
Yeah, would you rather do that? That's a bigger pain if you're a student, don't you think?
And you've seen that. You've seen fans go into sporting events with those, like the little clear purses or tote bags, if you will.
Do you have a sense as to whether an actual vote is imminent tonight?
It would appear that one is imminent. Whether it's tonight or not, I guess, is yet to be determined, at least just by looking at the agenda. You know how that goes. Sometimes it'll happen and sometimes they won't.
Sometimes at the end of the night, right, up or down, okay, time to vote. Or other times they'll say, okay, thank you, all this under advisement.
It will be provided, this suggestion to do it that was coming from a committee, and the superintendent's all in. Superintendent has been public saying, Now, let's do this for the sake of safety to bring metal detectors to, let's see here, 3, 4, 5, 6 different schools at Kenosha Unified.
In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is led by the Spirit into the desert to prepare for his ministry. This Lent, how will we allow ourselves to be led? How will we use these weeks to let God transform our hearts and our lives? This is Archbishop Jeffrey Grob. When Easter arrives, may we find ourselves renewed, strengthened, and changed. God always takes the first step. This Lent, how will we respond? Join us at Mass, and let's walk this journey together.
Vince Vitrano here. Finding the right talent today isn't just tough, it is critical. In a world shaped by rapid change, AI, and evolving skills, you got to have people who are ready to adapt and lead in your organization, and that's where LAK Group can come in and help you. They are the experts in recruiting across your organization. They will find the top candidates, assess their skills, their culture fit, and ability to thrive in the workplace of tomorrow. At LAK Group, they don't just fill positions. They help you build high-performing teams that are engaged, future-ready, and equipped to navigate what's next. LAK Group, your partner in building what's next. Let's find your next star at lakgroup.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, John Mercure here for Mend Studios. You deserve to feel better. You deserve to feel healthy. You deserve to feel great about yourself. Mend Studios has a long-term wellness as the goal. That's how they're going to do it. That's how they're going to take care of you. I know and trust the therapists at Mend Studio. They customize every single treatment, and they've got multiple locations. They're in Mequon and Brookfield, both convenient, both easy to get to. Start at the website, mendstudio.com. I never feel better than I do after a session at Mend. Mendstudio.com.
Point taken with Scafidi and Bride.
The invitation went out to Attorney General Pam Bondi. She acted about as unprofessionally as anyone could ever act in front of a House committee.
Over something incredibly serious. When we were talking about the Epstein files, but the fact that was what a lot of the questions were about, and her being that defiant, like, I'm not sure she won herself any fans yesterday.
No, I don't like her persona. I don't like her attitude.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
$9:55 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Breaking news in regards to Harley-Davidson, the Milwaukee motorcycle maker. In one respect, continuing a partnership, and in another, I guess, unrelated piece of news, no homecoming this summer. And we're just months away from what had become an annual celebration of Harley-Davidson. They started calling it homecoming. So remember, we would have the big anniversary parties. I think we started really with the 90th as being the big party, and then every 5 years we would have another big party. And they said, well, why don't we do this every year? They started to do it annually.
Mm-hmm. I think we even had the dates for
We
this
did
year.
have the dates. Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel now reporting this morning that Harley-Davidson is ending the annual homecoming celebration, including the one that was just months away for this year.
Well, we knew that some changes would be coming. They have a brand new CEO. Obviously, there's talk of a reset with the latest quarterly numbers, but there's also but they're re-upping with Summerfest.
So at the same time that article just came out with Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, and they're saying that a company spokesperson at Harley-Davidson confirmed it to the Journal-Sentinel. Unrelated to that, but happening at almost the exact same time as we got this notice from Summerfest, that Harley-Davidson will continue its partnership, meaning sponsoring, and throwing a bunch of money at Summerfest for being the title sponsor for any number of things. Let me see. Wacky World Festival, Inc. and Harley-Davidson announced a new multi-year partnership with July 4th fireworks celebrating America's 250th and more. Harley-Davidson will once again be the official motorcycle of Summerfest and will take center stage as the presenting sponsor of Summerfest's official celebration of America's 250th on July 4, 2026.
Okay.
So reinvesting in that, but not doing the annual event. A lot of people still came to that.
Oh, for sure. Right.
And here's the other thing. I've talked about this with Harley-Davidson and its future. With fewer and fewer people buying motorcycles, more and more people are doing motorcycle tourism.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you create a bigger focus on that and have that a major piece of what you are, who you are moving forward? It seems that this would be a step back from that. 9:58, that'll do it for us. Point taken, Steve Scafidi and Christian Bry. Next on News Radio 620 WTMJ.
One of my first speeches that I gave here, I got cut off because I swore. And just one more time. But thank you truly.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin for just